Good evening, everybody. Please welcome the Mayor's Chaplain, Michelle Dullaston, who will say prayers for us this evening.
Good evening, everyone. Just a little bit of context this evening. Today, the church celebrates Mary, Martha, and Lazarus. They're a brother and sisters who were friends of Jesus, and their house at Bethany, near Jerusalem, was a place of gathering, a place of safety and rest. So as we gather here tonight, may this house also be a place of safety, of gathering, and of rest for all who are here. And may we discuss and hear one another with compassion, with integrity, with openness of heart and mind. Also, as we gather here tonight at the cathedral, there is an interfaith gathering, a celebration of all that we share together in our common beliefs and in the cultural and religious life of this city. So in all of that background is where we gather and as we pray. So let's take a moment to pause and to prepare for the meeting ahead. Let us pray. Almighty God, as we gather tonight to consider many matters and to make good decisions for the benefit of others and not ourselves, may we listen to one another with openness of heart and mind, generosity of spirit, and a willingness to see the good in one another and in all your people. Help us to remember the trust that is placed in us. May we, as individuals, also be a place of safety and of confidence, of love and of care. May we bear our responsibilities with grace and courage. Bless especially this night our Mayor and all the responsibilities and pressures that rest upon him. Pray also for our leader and councillors, officers of the council, and all who are here today. Gracious Father, help us as we work together and bless our community, our families, our homes, and one another. God of love, hope, and joy, in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. I'd like to welcome those members, those in the public gallery and those watching on the live stream to this meeting. I will now hand over to the Democratic and Constitutional Services Manager to go through some housekeeping points.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Can all those present please ensure that all mobile phones are set to silent? In the event of an evacuation, please exit through the doors at both ends of the chamber, following council staff to the assembly point. As per normal rules, if you wish to speak, please ensure that you raise your hand and you'll be invited to address the meeting. The Mayor has confirmed that he's happy for members to stand or remain seated, whichever is the most comfortable when addressing the chamber. All votes will be taken via the electronic voting system. If a recorded vote is requested, this will be taken in the normal way. There is a points of document if you wish to raise a point. Please raise the pink document and address the Mayor accordingly, stating which point you are raising. Finally, I would like to remind members that this meeting is being live streamed, so please make sure when you speak, you can be clearly heard through the microphone system, and remember to turn off your microphones at the conclusion of your contributions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 1 is apologies for absence. I'll now ask the monitoring officer to give any apologies for absence that have already been received.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I have apologies from Councillors Imtiaz Ali, Zamir Ali, Councillor Ayres, Councillor Cole, Councillor Hillier, Councillor McNally, Councillor Day, Councillor Barkham, Councillor Ahmed, and Councillor Banya-Lieva. I think that's what all I have.
Thank you. Can I now ask if any members present are aware of any other apologies for absence not read out by the monitoring officer? Who's got the hand up? Sorry, Councillor Iqbal.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal. He's not going to be here today. Thank you.
And Councillor Howard as well.
Councillor Howard?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Also have apologies for Councillor Sabille, please.
Anybody else? Have I got you all now? Yes, okay. Thanks very much. Agenda item 2 then is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members on any of the items of business on the agenda this evening? No, none seen. Thank you. Agenda item 3 is minutes of the previous meetings. I'd like to propose the approval of the minutes of the meeting held on the 1st of July 2026. Councillor Shabina Kiam. I understand you are happy to second.
I am indeed, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no objection, I will take the minutes as agreed. Are we agreed? Thank you. Agenda item 4 is Mayor's announcements. You've already had in your pack all the things we've been up to. We've been really, really busy this month. Things to tell you about. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks at this point to all of you for your support through that. I know it's early days, but it's been a really busy summer. So thank you for that. And particularly for my Deputy Councillor Bond and the Deputy Mayor as Councillor Seeger for taking on so many duties for me with such zest, and looking at their social media posts, clearly they're enjoying it. So well done and thank you. The other things I need to announce is the sausage supper is going ahead. It is at Charters Bar, and it's actually in an outside whatever marquee, that's the word I'm thinking, with sides on, so it shouldn't be too cold. It's on Thursday the 24th and 9th. It will start with the procession to the fair. I'll challenge you on the Dodgems, and then we can come back and have a sausage supper. So please do join us and support some very worthy charities. The other one to note is the Mayor's Ball. That's at the Marriott Hotel next year on Saturday the 22nd of May. So keep an eye out for all the social media posts and invites, and please, if you can, again, support the charities. Thank you very much. Agenda item 5 then is leaders' announcements. Councillor Kiam, I understand you wish to make an announcement this evening. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to welcome Councillor Kat Sharp to the Council in her position of Councillor for Fletton and Woodston, and also like to say how appalled I was at seeing the awful comments on social media towards her. I pledge my full support to her in stamping out this awful hate and misogyny, and that it's become all too commonplace for being directed towards female politicians. But on a positive note, I look forward to working with her, so welcome. And of course, I'm going to welcome our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, to office. In his first week, he has taken steps that will improve the lives of people in our city, including removing VAT from electricity bills and capping bus fares at £2 for most single fares from January, bringing in reforms to give opportunities to our young people to gain employment, and today announcing huge social care reforms. This will be welcome news to all, I'm sure, and the news that pubs, clubs and live music venues will get a 20% cut in business rates from April would also be most welcome for many businesses in our city. In his maiden speech upon becoming Prime Minister, he also pledged to end rough sleeping, injecting £340 million over 3 years. Our work with rough sleepers locally is exemplary, and any additional money will support our ongoing work to eradicate rough sleeping. It is down to the Mayor Paul Bristow to understand the needs of our city, and no doubt we will be ensuring organisations are given their fair share of support to address this. Earlier this year, we hosted a visit by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Probation to inspect our Youth Justice Service, and I'm delighted to report that we have been rated good overall, with some areas rated outstanding. I'm pleased that the inspectors recognise the significant progress we have made and the hard work of staff. And in the words of the inspectors, children are supported by skilled practitioners with high aspirations, helping young people recognise their potential. A massive well done to everyone in this service whose efforts to improve the lives of young people have been recognised. Remaining on the subject of young people, it was a pleasure recently to visit the Youth Zone in Barnsley, which is run by Onside with my cabinet members, the same charity we are looking to partner with for a Peterborough Youth Zone. The impressive facility called Base 71 offers young people a chance to try over 20 activities, including football, boxing, music, drama and home economics and other life skills. It's a place for them to find mentors, confidants, and guides who will empower and champion them, building connections that will pave the way for brighter futures for the children in our city. I was highly impressed at seeing how many people in Barnsley are actively benefiting from this facility, and it's made me even more determined to raise our ambition for a youth zone here in Peterborough. A big well done must also go out to our Aragon staff, and thanks to them, 3 Peterborough parks have retained the prestigious Green Flag Award. Central Park, Itter Park, Manor Farm Park in Eye have all been confirmed as having maintained the sought-after accolade, with Central Park winning for an impressive 24 consecutive years. And I'd also like to thank the volunteer groups who support these parks too. Remaining with the theme of recognising the efforts of council staff, I'd like to pay a tribute to our enforcement and emergency resilience teams for their support for our residents who were impacted by the fire at Verity House apartment block recently, which is in my ward, and Councillor Numeric Ball and Councillor Samantha Hemorrhage's ward as well. Understanding the disruption with residents without water for a number of days, our officers visited the site and liaised with residents and the management company to help restore a temporary supply of water to all floors. Though it's a private managed property, the council has a duty to help ensure high housing standards across Peterborough and support residents whenever their welfare is seriously affected, and the support provided by our staff should be commended. Since becoming leader, my cabinet and I have supercharged our growth regeneration agenda. Work started earlier this month on the station quarter, TK Maxx has been sold, the bridge from Fletton Quays to the embankment is underway, and we have had multiple offers from the goods shed at Fletton Quays. I do welcome the creation of the new growth board on that note. The new body unites the council, the combined authority and Homes England to accelerate investment, remove barriers and support delivery of major regeneration projects. Meeting for the first time this autumn, the board will develop a shared long-term vision for the city centre aligned with the region's local growth plan and explore future delivery models, including a potential mayoral development corporation. But I will stress that we are equal partners in this venture, and whilst the CPCA will bring in the funding, we are the decision makers.
Councillor Cam, could you sum up, please? Your time's up.
Thank you very much, I will. Just going to say, please encourage your residents to nominate for the Sparks Award as well, and that on Friday we're hosting a pop-up school uniform shop from 12 noon to 5 p.m. at Unit 31 on Bridge Street. And residents in the summer holidays, please encourage those families to go and donate and swap items of uniform as well. And that's just about it. So thank you very much. And there is a Lego exhibit at the cathedral if you want to go and visit. I mean, I failed that challenge of the Lego, building those Lego blocks, but hey, go and have a try. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cam. I passed the test, by the way. I built the tower, but rubbish time, but never mind. Opposition group leaders, I've granted you 2 minutes and a little bit over to match the same time in response to the leaders' announcement. So can we please keep it in response to what the leaders, rather than go off on any tangents, please? So 2 minutes when you're ready. And I've got, firstly, Councillor Wayne Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do my very best to comply with your rules there. When Councillor Coombe started to talk, I thought Andy Burnham was going to walk in the room. I thought she was welcoming him here, talking about welcomes. Again, Councillor Sharp, as I did on the night, you're very welcome to join us. And I'd also like to welcome our significant relevant member, Councillor Asim Mahmood, who spends his first meeting here with the Conservative group tonight. So welcome to him, no stranger to the chamber. I won't dwell on all the good things that Councillor Coombe has outlined, because we will all agree with those. But what I was going to say, just a couple of things on the on-side, which, as the Chief Executive will know, some 4 years ago we started this journey, Councillor Allen and I and some of the Conservative group, where we started the initiative at the suggestion of the Chief Executive to develop a youth zone. So I'm glad to see that finally there is some progress on that, but I think it all comes down to money. And speaking about money, we have some issues in terms of transparency about how it's going to be funded and how it will pay for itself. So I invite the leader to share with members some of the stuff surrounding the finances, both in capital and revenue terms. So we do worry about the finances on that. And talking about supercharging and growth, again, it's a journey that we started a few years ago, and again, I'm glad to see it continuing. But the station quarter scheme is well progressing, but it seems the current residents haven't actually moved out. I think they keep turning up daily, which, you know, no disrespect, it's an 1800 and something cemetery, and maybe they missed a few, as Councillor Allen will attest, because he was there when they finished the first project many, many years ago. So I'm sure some other stuff might turn up. And as for all the successes of Aragon, they continue, and we're pleased to hear about that. And I perhaps might visit the cathedral for the Lego brick exhibition, because I myself started as an odd carrier for Lego in my first job when I was 16. Councillor Mahmood didn't understand that joke. Because I don't think I have done. Who knows what an odd carrier is? Maybe it's an age thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have done.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Skibstead. Group Leader for the Greens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by welcoming our newest member to the team, Catherine Sharp. It was an excellent result for us on the 16th of July with a decisive win, and Catherine, or Cat, will, I know, make an excellent and dedicated councillor to our expanding group. We're delighted to have her on board. Like the leader, we were all in the Green Party horrified to see the amount of abusive comments she received on the Peterborough Telegraph Facebook page following the election purely for getting herself elected. Many were personal and nothing to do with political beliefs or views. In the current political climate, female politicians from all parties get attacked on social media this way a great deal more than men, and it's usually of a much more personal nature. I believe we're all responsible for pushing back on this and hope that all in this chamber can help fight this toxic culture in any way they can and show their solidarity. I note that Mr Burnham, our new Prime Minister's pledge to stop rough sleeping and that building council houses is also on his agenda. These pledges will be welcomed by the Green Party, as we believe this is the way forward to end the misery of unaffordable private rented accommodation with unscrupulous landlords. With regard to the youth zone, the Green Group of course welcome a youth zone and investment in our youth services. This is good for the expansion of our city, but we also question whether we have allocated budget for youth workers to get the most out of the space. We'd like to see more detail for the funding, for the ongoing costs, whether it will be subsidised youth provision or run by commercial operators. We would also like to raise the issue of how young people can access the centre from other areas and townships around the city, and whether satellite centres will be planned. And lastly, the Green Party are staging a showing of the National Emergency Briefing on the 19th of August at the George Alcock Centre, a film currently being shown across the country by many different organisations. This is of great interest and importance to us all, covering a range of topics, including nature protection, food security, homelessness and displacement, and community preparedness for our changing climate impacts. Whether or not we agree with how or why the climate is changing, I'm sure we can agree on the need to adapt. Tickets are available, and I will send information out to all councillors. We have flyers on the table. Hopefully many will attend. Thank you. And just finish. Flyers are on your table. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andrew O'Neill, Group Leader of Reform UK.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to start by welcoming Councillor Sharp to the Council. I apologise that I've not fully had time to appraise the Leader's statement this week, but I did manage to scan through it. One item that stood out to me was the youth zone, which, I mean, it sounds great, and I had time to go through it online on the Peterborough City Council website to have a look and sort of familiarise myself with it. I found the note about REBA 2, but could find no evidence of a supporting business case. I was left without the evidence which would define the issue that it addresses. This should be a number of suggested ways of tackling the issue with ballpark figure finances, ultimately showing that this is the best suggestion. Without this information, I do not see how members can be asked to commit any more taxpayers' money until we can see that it is the right solution and that there is supplied a ballpark figure. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I just had a message come through. So you happy to go with all this first? Yeah, keep going. Yeah, okay. Agenda item 6 then, questions from members of the public. There has been one question submitted by a member of the public to this meeting. The Council standing orders allow 30 minutes to consider public questions. Any question that cannot be answered during this period will be dealt with by written answer. Question 1 then is from Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland, would you like to ask your question in relation to procurement credit card expenditure during 2023-24 and 24-25 financial years?
Council records indicate that 64 procurement credit cards were issued to PCC officers during 23-24 with a total expenditure of £913,607, and during the 24-25 up to the 31st of January 26, 72 procurement cards were issued to PCC officers with a total expenditure of £633,438. Given the relatively small number of cardholders, can the Cabinet Member for Finance provide assurances that all procurement credit card expenditures during the 23, 24 and 25 financial years was necessary, represented value for money and complied with the Council's procurement and financial government requirement?
Thank you. Councillor Mohammed Jamil, would you like to respond? You have 3 minutes in which to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you much for your question. All applications require a budget holder and head of finance approval. Each individual card has an agreed credit card limit, a single transaction limit, and spend category restrictions which cannot be amended without approval from head of finance. All transaction data is exported to our PCC payment system. Budget holders are able to view spend within their areas and review transactions to ensure no payments are unexpected or unapproved. There is a P-card guidance policy, which is a procurement card guidance policy in place, which card holders review as part of their application process and must be adhered to. P-cards are a speedy option for purchases related to grants in areas such as rough sleeping and social workers. P-cards may be used by social workers for emergency situations where procurement is not a viable option. And P-cards may be used in situations where formal procurement would be neither cost-effective or appropriate. The majority of transactions would be well below the threshold at which procurement rules indicate anything other than one quotation being required, and would never exceed the threshold that would require procurement process in accordance with the Procurement Act 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamil. Mr. Holland, do you have a supplementary question? If you have 1 minute in which to ask it. Before you ask it, though, can I remind you that a supplementary question needs to be or arise directly from the original question or reply. It should not be to introduce a new topic. Okay, when you're ready.
Records show that spending during the 24-25 year was approximately £132,000 on Amazon, £160 on Pandora Jewellery, £950 on fish and chips in one sitting, £31,000 at Tesco, with 62 spends in Tesco Serpentine Hampton with an average of £240 per spend, £42,000 with Argos, £33,000 with Currys, £2,400 with Asda, £21,000 through PayPal, £160 on Sky subscriptions, £240 on eBay, and £3,100 on TV licences and £50 on Temu. Given the limited information disclosed in the responses through Freedom of Information requests, will the Cabinet Member and the Section 151 officer undertake to provide copies of the receipts within 30 days for the transactions mentioned, so members of the public can be satisfied that these expenditures was proper, lawful and represented value for money and necessary for council business?
Councillor Jamil, 1 minute again to answer the question.
The short answer to that is yes, we can go back and we look and try and say, if you'd put that in the main body of your question, we may have been able to give you those answers today. But as you've mentioned, individual transactions, we're going to have to go back and look them up. I will endeavour to do my best to get a response to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Agenda item 7 is petitions. As no petitions have been presented to this meeting by members of the public or members, I'll move on to item 8. Agenda item 8 is questions on notice. 8A is questions to the Mayor. 8B is questions to the Leader of Member of Cabinet. 8C is questions to the Chair of any committee or subcommittee. There have been 11 questions submitted by members this evening. All questions have been published on the Council's website and will be taken as read. The Council's standing orders allow 30 minutes to consider these questions. Any questions that cannot be answered during this period will be dealt with by written answer. Question 1 is from Councillor Steve Allen. From Steve Allen, so that goes to Councillor Anne Shahid. Would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Steve Allen in relation to rough sleeping in and around Bishops Road Gardens? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Allen, for that question. Well, we welcome the new Prime Minister's commitment to ending rough sleeping and obviously really eagerly awaiting further details at the moment. The Council's Homelessness Service already undertakes daily outreach at known and reported rough sleeping hotspots. The individuals recently sleeping in tents in Bishops Road Gardens are known to the Rough Sleeper team and have received ongoing support and engagement. As part of that, officers have worked proactively with them to explore alternative accommodation and encourage a move away from rough sleeping. In partnership with the enforcement team, the Council followed the appropriate process and served notice that that area would be cleared, and that notice was enacted on the 23rd of July and the tents were removed. We, however, remain committed to balancing enforcement with support. Our priority is to continue assisting people sleeping rough, work with partners to manage the area appropriately, and help individuals move into suitable accommodation as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Councillor Allen, do you have a supplementary question? You have 1 minute to ask.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for the response. It was a eureka moment for me, actually, because no sooner had I put the question forward than the tents were removed. So I think maybe I preempted the outcome. But what I would say is that area is now known to be an area for rough sleepers, maybe in conjunction, should I say, with the Garden House, which is close by. My question is, how will we manage to keep on top of this? Because there is a proliferation, and indeed today, yet another tent has appeared on Vineyard Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Shahid, would you like to respond? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Allen. Well, as you mentioned, it is an ongoing issue that we're well aware of. And as I said, our homelessness team work really hard on this. And as you can appreciate, some of these individuals have really complex issues. What I can say is that very recently, our Integrated Housing Board met to discuss the ongoing challenge of this particular cohort of rough sleepers. As I said, as we know, many of them do have complex needs and often refuse offers of support. As part of this meeting, it was agreed that a renewed focus is needed to case manage these individuals more effectively, bringing together different areas of the system to offer more wraparound support. So that is something that we are trying to look into. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Question 2 is from Councillor Heather Skipstead. Councillor Mohammed Jamil, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Heather Skipstead in relation to the progress on motions passed at Council in the past 2 years? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Skipstead, for your question. I can arrange for updates to be sent to members on motions progress in the last 2 years and then continue this going forward by way of a motions log that will be circulated by officers to all members of the Council, explaining where we are with each of the motions that was agreed at full Council. It will then be for the relevant officer to update the motions log for the progress. The Democratic Services team will then circulate the motion log to all members before the next full Council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Skipstead, do you have a supplementary question? You have 1 minute to ask.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Jamil. That was very helpful. But with regard to the ones that have been passed, would there be any kind of timeline on when we can get that information? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil, would you like to respond? You have 2 minutes to do so.
Certainly. And the timeline is within the answer. It says before the next meeting. So we're going to go back 2 years and then get update all members on all the motions passed. So we can then see where we are, and then the members can go back and ask for progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 3 is from Councillor Andrew O'Neill. Councillor Shabina Kayam, on behalf of Councillor Zamir Ali, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Andrew O'Neill in relation to the assessment of alternative schemes for the Central Library? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you very much for your question, Councillor O'Neill. I'll give you a bit of a breakdown, seeing that you have asked about value for money. So the library project is actually 6.7 million in total. Of that, 1.5 million is from PCC's capital programme, 0.3 million is from SILS and Section 106 monies, and the balance of 4.9 million is actually from the Towns Fund. Now, when you talk about value for money, Peterborough's purpose-built Central Library actually opened in 1990. It's a very well-used facility, but it's looking and feeling tired, having little change or investment since it actually opened. And good library services actually encompass a plethora of services which offer variety, adaptability, bring communities together, and there's good spaces for events and for to enjoy arts and culture too. And of course, well-organised and equipped spaces for choosing books, reading, spending time online, and helps those that don't have access to digital services to be able to fill out forms and have assistance with advice. So they can also be facilities for community organisations to sit and help people in the community too. Now, 1.5 million of the refurbishment budget is from the council's property allocation and will fund a new heating system as well as a replacement LED and emergency lighting system, installation of fire safety infrastructure, which you know is we've got to be compliant with that, and new compliant fire doors. The remaining budget is from the Towns Fund programme granted to us by central government at the time, and this will fund the refurbishment of the library space, comprising modern library facilities with a strong digital offering, enhanced learning spaces, new mixed-use community spaces, and the Towns Fund budget forms part of the overall Towns Fund programme with funding specifically allocated for this project. The overall project is designed to support an additional 140,000 visits and 10,000 additional educational visits per annum. So I hope that's evidence value for money for you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Do you have a supplementary question? You have 1 minute to ask that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do. So my supplementary question then relates to the overall library strategy for Peterborough, and what, if any, resources for refurbishment are to be made available to our community libraries. The cost of this refurbishment has been stated at 6 million, or just over 6 million, and it's not entirely clear to members and the public, or it wasn't entirely clear until Councillor Kane explained the breakdown. But it still seems a huge amount to spend, say rather than say 3.5 million. And why resources for refurbishment have not been allocated to our community libraries, I think is a question that we should consider, given the excellent work that these provide, including in my ward, Woodston Library. Is this not, therefore, a kick in the teeth to our community libraries? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Would you like to respond? You have 2 minutes to do so.
Yes, I would. First of all, thank you very much for your question and supplementary. And I also want to reassure you that we care just as much as you do about community library use. And so I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that we have commissioned Mackenzie Rogers to develop a library and archive strategy. We're building on the work of the needs assessment. We undertook a needs assessment or a library review of the city last year, Councillor O'Neill, and the work is now well underway, and it will focus on the overall library offer that we have, as well as the staffing and management structure to ensure that we have fit for purpose facilities. We've already got a cross-party group engaged in this work that will continue to play a vital role, and I would like to invite you to sit on that cross-party working group as well.
Thank you, Councillor Cahill. Question 4 now is from Councillor Ed Murphy. Councillor Christian Hogg, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Ed Murphy in relation to traffic, particularly on Oundle Road? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. And thank you, Councillor Murphy, for the question. And thank you for holding our feet to the fire on this important issue.
Councillor Ellis has been working with officers to build a plan around road safety targeting data-led hotspots, areas for measurements to be implemented. We also have also feeding back to the wider Vision Zero group, which is part of the Constabulary-led initiative, on incidents in Peterborough and lobbying for further funding to increase road safety measures. With regards to Oundle Road specifically, we are collating data and we'll be happy to share this with Councillor Murphy once it is received to discuss potential solutions. From an enforcement point of view, we have increased patrols in Fletton and Woodstone area, recently doing a week of daily patrols. We will continue to conduct enhanced patrols where we can, where capacity and other calls to service allow. We've also had assurances from the local neighbourhood policing team, South officers will be conducting extra patrols, again, where capacity and other calls to service allow. In fact, I believe there was a recent post on the Policing Peterborough Facebook page showing such a patrol, and we, of course, thank the Constabulary for their assistance in this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, do you have a supplementary question? You have 1 minute to ask it.
Yes, thank you for the update on the collation of information and that some action has been taken. In the motion that was unanimously agreed, Council requested that Cabinet contact the Police and Crime Commissioner to make this a force priority. When was the Police and Crime Commissioner contacted and what was his response? If Cabinet ignore requests from Council, what can Council do?
So I'm not aware of...
Hold.
Sorry.
Have you finished?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right, because all your mics are on, so just hold on a second. Yes, Councillor Hogg, would you like to respond? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'm not aware of the letter being gone, but I can double check on that. I would say that it is already a force priority through the Vision Zero scheme. So it is something that the force are working on. And if you look at the neighbourhood policing team website, you'll see that, again, it forms part of the priority for the neighbourhood team in the south of the city.
Sorry, thank you very much, Councillor Hogg. Question 5 is from Councillor Andrew O'Neill. Councillor Shabina Kayam, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Andrew O'Neill in relation to UK RIF attendance? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I think it's a good question, actually. UK REEF, Councillor O'Neill, is the UK's flagship property and regeneration event that attracts over 16,000 delegates, including local and national government, investors and developers. And this council, as you know, is already delivering significant levels of growth and regeneration across our city. If we want to maintain and then build on this much needed momentum, we really do need to bang the drum about Peterborough and our city at such events, to put our city on the map and to be proud to do so. We need to be seen and heard by government and promote our city as a development-ready place for investors to invest and make sure that businesses know that we are a good place to do business in. Attending events such as these are fundamental to achieving this. I'd like to also make you aware that we were part of the regional team, the regional Cambridgeshire team at UK REEF, where the combined authority had paid for a pavilion. Alongside making multiple connections, we also sponsored a Peterborough-specific panel focused on our new growth board that I just spoke about in my leader's announcement and the potential of a future mayoral development corporation. In numbers, 750 people visited our pavilion, representing more than 530 organisations, and many of these contacts made will be followed up by officers in the coming weeks and months. This is almost double the numbers who engaged with us when we first attended UK REEF in 2024, and I can give you some examples of people that could potentially be looking at refurbishing eyesores like Bretton Court, for example. So there is much potential in going to such events if we want to put our city on the map. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cam. Before we move on, if I could come back to you, I really am very thankful that you give me the respect to stand and speak, but could you get the mic nearer to you because we can't hear you on the YouTube channel, so that's all I'm going to say, but thank you very much for standing. I take it you have got a supplementary, so you've got 2 minutes to answer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and apologies if I wasn't very well heard. Okay. So my supplementary question, thank you for your reply. I'm pleased that there were some suspects. As the leader of our corporate sales team, and as you didn't deny that, I confess that I was expecting more than a sort of a vague answer there. Any corporate sales team that understands what corporate sales is about would be able not only to tell me how many of those suspects they had converted to prospects, but also the conversion rate that they had in the first place, so that we could assess how good a job was done at UK Reef. They, by now, should have an investment pipeline for that event ready to incorporate into their corporate investment pipeline. And I would have expected to see a list of companies obviously listed anonymously, for example, as company A, B, etc. To, of course, protect their commercial interests, but also with the amount that they are looking to invest, the name and position of the budget holder.
Councillor O'Neill,
from prospect to working prospect.
Councillor O'Neill?
Yes.
Your time's up, so if you can please sum up.
Then obviously, could I continue? Can I briefly sum up?
I'd like you to just ask your question and we can move on, please. Yes, could you ask your question, your supplementary question now, please?
That's it. I'm
okay.
Working my way through it.
Okay. But you've got 1 minute. You can't have 2 minutes because you've written a bigger question. Can you get to perhaps sum it up as quick as possible?
Yes. So can you fire up the pipeline and give me the information that I would expect to receive from my initial question now, then, etc. So if not, can you please tell me why money was spent on attending the event in the first place?
Fine. Thank you very much. Councillor Cowan, would you like to respond? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. And much that you've accused my response as being a vague response, I do find your question as being a rather vague question. Now, you name investors as suspects. It's an event, as I said, and I've given you numbers, around 530 organisations visited the pavilion, and many of these contacts were made that are going to be followed up by officers. And there is a process in local government and in our council, whenever we make an investment decision, those details are made public through Cabinet and Cabinet Policy Forum, in which details are prevalent. In the way of giving you an idea as to some of those projects that have come to the fore, I've already mentioned a possible example of Bretton Court, but also that was also an area where we had a meeting with OnSide to discuss the potential to bring the youth zone to Cabinet, and that transpired, and that has been discussed here extensively. So I think it would be wise, actually, to give you a written response as to the process of how decisions, commercial decisions, are made in local government, so you have a better understanding. I understand you're also on the Audit Committee, and from a transparency point of view, a lot of our transactions are discussed there as well, but I think you're trying to conflate the two when they are clearly separate. So that's how I'm going to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 6 from Councillor Ed Murphy. Councillor Angus Ellis, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Ed Murphy in relation to maintenance of the town bridge? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Murphy. The town bridge is structurally sound, although I recognise that it does need improvements to be made to the render and paintwork from an aesthetic perspective. That said, and as a major thoroughfare in our city, carrying out these works will require road closures. Given that we already have traffic management in place for the station quarter, we will wait for these to be removed before work on the town bridge commences to avoid unnecessary delaying motorists any more than they need to be. I expect the works will be programmed in to commence sometime in the next financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, do you have a supplementary question? You have 1 minute to ask it.
Thank you for your answer about the look of the bridge and agreeing that it needs to be put right. It looks disgraceful. I walked across there this afternoon. I'm not so sure the work can't be done without closing the carriageway. You said it will be put in the budget to do this year, but Queensgate's going to go on and on and on. You know, that's not going to be done this year. So when will it be done, and have you got a budget to do it? We were asked to do it about 2 or 3 years ago. When is it going to be done, and have you got a budget to do it?
Thank you, Councillor Murphy.
Wait. You keep jumping the gun here. He needs to turn his mic off, and then I come and ask you. Is that okay? I know you want to get on and get gone. It's not a football match tonight. Whoops. Councillor Ellis, would you like to respond? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for being so keen. Councillor Murphy, first of all, I wasn't here on the council 3 years ago in 2023. I know last year there's been a lot of communications between James Coleridge and some residents about the bridge, and it is factored in sometime in the next financial year, not this financial year, next financial year, because obviously we've already agreed the budget for this financial year. You do need to put in safety, traffic management, to not just keep the workers safe on the sides, but also to keep the public safe. There are issues around this city with someone else going around and just trying to do litter picking without putting safety barriers, or working with the council to put, you know, safety lane closures in. So it is very important to do that. But I can assure you that as soon as we've finished the wonderful City Link roundabout roadworks, then we'll move on to, you know, getting some of these other jobs done.
Okay, thank you very much. Question 7 is from Councillor Alex Rafiq. Councillor Chris Wiggin, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Alex Rafiq in relation to free bulky waste collection? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be delighted to respond, and thank you to Councillor Rafiq for the question. This administration is determined to clear our city of the fly tipping and litter that blights our communities, and to clean up our streets once and for all. And we will soon be announcing further details of a range of measures and actions that tackle these challenges head on. Backed by the new National Waste Crime Action Plan and supported by our staff and incredible volunteers, we have the determination and motivation to no longer accept the actions of a minority who are creating misery for the majority. Meanwhile, I am delighted to announce to the Chamber this evening that we will have plans in place for free community bulky waste collections in each of our wards for the remainder of the 26-27 year. This will be discussed and hopefully approved at the next meeting of the Cabinet in August. This will be in addition to the existing 48 paid-for bookable slots that are available for councillors or parish councils to fund. I have asked officers to work up proposals that go even further than this, including as part of the budget setting process for next year and beyond. And I look forward to coming back to members with further details in due course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wiggin. Councillor Rafiq, do you have a supplementary question? You have 1 minute to ask this.
It's been a while. I've forgot what button to press. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. What a strange week we've had. Only a few days ago, we had another 7 skeletons found at the Queensgate roundabout. So I'm really relieved today to see that most of the Labour councillors have made it in, which is good.
Can you move to you?
I'm coming to it, don't we?
Yeah, it's not a joke. Come on, move on. Have some respect.
Yeah, so recently we did a fantastic bulky waste collection in Paston and Walton, and we did 15 tonnes of waste in just 4 hours. But after speaking with the team from Aragon, it's clear that they're not getting paid what they deserve. And the management structure haven't got the...
Can you get to your question?
Yeah, I'm getting to it, don't we? Yeah. They haven't got the authority to basically pay them more. So what I want to know before the next full council is if obviously we can get them the funding, because if not, then obviously we'll have to look at putting in a motion to make sure that that happens. And also, just really quickly, these guys are working extremely hard.
You get one question, yeah?
No. These guys are working extremely hard in the heat.
I absolutely don't doubt that, and I'm absolutely with you on that.
They deserve a shout-out.
But this isn't the place to do that. So, Councillor Wiggin, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will oblige for Councillor Rafiq and say what a fantastic job all of our staff are doing, particularly those who volunteer to do the bulky waste collections. As someone that grew up in Paston, I'm acutely aware of the problems in that area. I've also been lucky enough to be out with the crews in my own ward in Hampton, seeing the work that they do. And I would commend all of those who aren't already using the service to do so. What I will say is, as the services have been brought in-house by this administration, the terms and conditions of our workers have improved significantly. Yes, thank you, Councillor Hogg. However, we are at the point where, with the contract coming in, we are reviewing the services we're doing, and we will look at if there's anything further we can do.
Thank Councillor Murphy. I've asked for respect in here. I can hear you from here. Other people might hear you on YouTube. Please, all right, have some respect. You wouldn't want to be called a skeleton like he called the Labour guys, and you don't want to be. I don't want to hear you saying it's rubbish across the chamber. All right. Yeah, but we don't need. I can hear it, so these people can hear it. That's your opinion. Keep it to yourself, all right? Or tell him later. Right. Thank you very much. Right. Next one is question 8 from Councillor John Howard. Councillor Shabina Kayam, on behalf of Councillor Zamir Ali, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor John Howard in relation to the library review programme? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Howard. We know that you like your library, so we're going to respond in kind. Thank you for the question, actually. It's a wonderful question. So, Councillor Howard, we do want to move our library services to become more modern, more adaptable, with libraries acting as anchors in their local communities. That's what they should be for. And the cross-party group, already engaged in this work, is going to continue to provide a vital role in that, in response to your question. So I want to give you that reassurance. Like I said before to Councillor O'Neill's question, we've commissioned Mackenzie Rogers to develop a library and archive strategy, building upon the work of the needs of the assessment that we had last year, as you know. And the work is now well underway and will focus on the overall library offer, as well as the staffing and management structure, to ensure it's actually fit for purpose. Also included, there will be a review of how libraries are being used, identifying opportunities to improve the user experience, and also have a look at visitor numbers as well. So it's going to be quite a thorough piece of work, I'm sure you will agree. And the strategy will also look at the implications to the service as a result of the forthcoming LGR. And I think we all need to start talking about this now. I know it's a little bit delayed. We're pushing for the decision to come out, but yeah, we do need to remember this and identify where there may be disparities between the existing Peterborough services and libraries managed by Cambridgeshire County Council as well, Councillor Howard. So the first draft of the review will be shared with the working group as soon as it's ready, and then after that, further meetings will be held in the autumn to discuss the recommendations and identify how the council can take these forward, obviously in the midst of that LGR environment that we're encroaching onto. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, do you have a supplementary question? If you do, you have 1 minute to ask it.
Thank you. For you, Mr Mayor. I think Councillor O'Neill's follow-up question probably answered most of my follow-up question, but really heartened to hear it. And all I'd ask for your assurance is that we've got the big ticket main library, which is brilliant, but we mustn't forget our community libraries too, and hope for your support with that. Thank you.
Councillor Cahan, would you like to respond?
I'd really like to reassure Councillor Howard, as we have over the last year, and actually I think this is really one really good example of where cross-party we've been able to contribute to this group of work. And I know that full council meetings are often a political platform, but I'd just like to commend everybody that's been part of that group. And again, I'd like to extend an invitation to Councillor O'Neill, who is displaying good interest, and actually acknowledge that it was this administration that saved the Woodston Library, okay? And we're happy to have that feather in our cap as well. So absolute reassurance, and want to work with you on that, Councillor Howard.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we've effectively run out of time for that, but as we have 15 minutes allocated for Combined Authority questions, and there aren't any, I'm proposing we carry on and finish the last 3 questions. You okay with that? Good, fine. Okay, question 9 from Councillor John Howard. Councillor Newman Iqbal, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Howard in relation to the youth zone? on the green space of the embankment. You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, John Howard, for your question. An extensive engagement exercise took place between December 2025 and April 2026, seeking views from the public, businesses and stakeholders about what they wanted from the city centre, including the embankment. The visioning work is being used to inform the creation of the development framework for the city centre, embankment and station quarter, which sets out character guides for these areas and neighbourhoods. At the same time, we are working with the Environment Agency to review the ability to offer and manage mooring along the embankment, and we are facilitating the completion of the developments of Fletton Quays. We expect all this work will come along together by spring 2027, and a firm vision for the embankment can be agreed in early summer 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, do you have a supplementary question? If you do, you have 1 minute to ask it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, just to say thank you for the answer. It is reassuring because I think many people in this room would have many different ideas of what we should do with the embankment, but I think it's of urgency that we have a collective view on what's right and what's wrong, especially with the youth zone going in now as well. So thank you very much. Appreciate the answer.
Can I assume there's no question on that then? No questions anything to answer. Thank you. Question 10 is from Councillor Steve Allen. Councillor Christian Hogg, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Steve Allen in relation to fly tipping? You have 3 minutes in which to do so.
I think that's Councillor Wiggin that's going to be...
Yes, we spent Hogg here, but I'll go Wiggin.
You got the first name right.
Yes. Councillor Wiggin then, would you like to answer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope no one else mistakes me for Councillor Hogg. I'd like to thank Councillor Allen for the question. It was good to see him last week in Eye with Councillor Ormston at the invitation of Dale McKean and other volunteers at Manor Farm Park in Eye to celebrate, is it the 16th year of their Green Flag Award, which is a fantastic achievement. I'm pleased to advise the Chamber that the Scrutiny Task and Finish Group focused on addressing fly tipping was re-established last week, which I believe you're on, Councillor Allen. Unfortunately, I know there was a problem with the meeting, but I'm sure the new chair will ensure the arrangements are correct for next time. And I look forward to hearing emerging recommendations in due course. The Council does not operate any charity clothing banks directly on its land, but it is clear that where these are in place across the city, they can be misused. Our officers are investigating this issue and contacting relevant landowners and charities where specific issues are identified to ensure action is taken to address it. So please feel free to report to me where you see misuse of these bins so we can put together a complete picture. And I'd share that to all members as well, that if you are aware of this issue in your ward, please let me know. Whilst talking about unwanted clothing, I'd like to remind members again of the school uniform pop-up shop on Bridge Street on July the 31st from noon to 5 p.m. It's a great chance to stop good clothing going to waste and help families out at the same time. And I will be there from 12 o'clock if you want to see me there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wiggin. Councillor Allen, do you have a supplementary question? If so, you have 1 minute to ask it.
Indeed I do, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Councillor Wiggin, you packed stuff into that response, green flag and uniform pop-up, so that was a very valuable opportunity for you to promote some elements from your portfolio. I move on. The charity receptacles for clothing do overflow on a regular basis. It's not just a one-off. Social media had proof of a really diabolical overflowing situation, I believe, at one of the supermarkets. So the question is, do we not have any powers within our ability to control the situation? Presumably these clothing receptacles need planning permission. So can planning be able to enforce the clearance? And if the areas are not cleared, can planning permission be withdrawn for those receptacles? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiggin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Allen, for your kind words. I don't have an answer specifically on the planning, but we can look into it and get back to you. What I will say is we are looking, or our officers are looking at specific issues where they are raised and exploring what powers are available with the legal team. So I'm more than happy to write to you directly with more information when I have it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Question 11 from Councillor Kirsty Knight. Councillor Newman Iqbal, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Kirsty Knight in relation to the youth zone? You have 3 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Kirsty, for your question. The proposed youth zone is not intended to replace existing local youth provision. Rather, it aims to operate through a hub and a spoke model designed to complement and strengthen existing provision across the city. Typically, a youth zone offers 15 to 20 activity spaces under one roof, including a multi-use sports hall, climbing wall, dance and music studios, media recording suites, gym, art space, mentoring rooms, cooking facilities, and sensory spaces. Providing a central hub in the city centre, the youth zone will be accessible by public transport, active travel routes, and car, making it available to the widest possible range of the young people. Existing organisations and community groups such as Roots and Rising Queensgate, our youth club, and local sports clubs would form part of the wider network of spokes. Encouragingly, we have already been contacted by 2 existing youth organisations that are keen to work with the council and recognise the potential benefits this investment could bring for young people across Peterborough. Thank you. The council is preparing an application to the government's Youth Matters, funding up to 100% of the capital cost. OnSide are also committed to fundraising and elsewhere have raised up to half the capital cost. The council's £410,000 contribution from reserves to fund further design and a full planning application is intended to maximise the likelihood of securing this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knight, do you have a supplementary question? If so, you have 1 minute to ask it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for answering. Can you confirm whether Cabinet was provided with written options appraisal, comparing the proposal with alternative sites, investment in existing youth provision and smaller local models before approving up to £410,000 from reserve? If so, will you publish a redacted version of public summary so residents can see the evidence on which Cabinet based its decision? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newman Iqbal, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much for your question, and I will get back to you through email. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to move on to 8D, which was questions to the Combined Authority representatives. As I said earlier, there aren't any. So we gained 15 minutes there. But guess what? We've got a problem with the voting system, so we're going to adjourn for 15 minutes. So I'll pass you over. Is that okay? Do you want to add? Is there any official thing you have to say?
No, nothing official. We've just got a slight issue with the recording button. So before we get to the items that might require a vote, I think we'll just adjourn for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Please be seated. So, looking at the screen, normal service has been resumed. Agenda item 9, Executive and Committee recommendations to Council. Members, you have 2 recommendations for committees to consider this evening. 9A is Audit Committee, Annual Audit Committee Report 2025 to 26. The report for this item can be found on pages 33 to 70 of the main agenda pack. Councillor Neil Boyce, as a member of the Audit Committee, would you like to move the recommendations? Sorry, your mic's not working.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, on behalf of the Audit Committee, I present the annual report for the 2025-26 municipal year. The draft version of this report was reviewed by the committee at its meeting on the 18th of March 2026 and has been recommended to full council for approval. Council is asked to approve the Audit Committee's annual report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyce. Councillor Paul Wiggin, as a member of the Audit Committee, will you second the motion and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any member wish to begin debate? Councillor Antunes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an observation and a request. I sit on FSWG, which met yesterday. I felt it would have been opportune that organisation or that committee could have reviewed this report prior to bringing it to full council. Reading through the report, I make reference to the risks and issues on page 37 and 38, but I'm asking or requesting that FSWG are here to review the sustainability of the council's financial situation, and I feel it is right and proper that FSWG, which is a cross-party group, have that opportunity to review, make comment, and receive answers prior to full council approving this. That's, I feel, the establishment of that group's purpose, or part of that group's purpose. So I'm tabling that as a proposal here to see whether that is going to be accepted, and then we can defer the full council approval of this audit report until that report and answers are received. Thank you.
Just bear with me a minute, please. Fine, thank you. Councillor Jamil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to come back on that and say, well, that's the function of the Audit Committee. You mean that's what they're there for, is to review the Audit Committee, the reports that come to them. So adding, either getting rid of the Audit Committee and replacing it with FSW doesn't make sense to me. There is a dedicated committee whose job is to review this. And for me, I don't see why we should change that, because we have a committee whose job is to do that very function that Councillor Antunes is referring to.
Thank you, Councillor Mill. Anyone else want to enter the debate before I go back? No? Bear with me a minute then. Just going to pass you over to Gavin, the legal officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Antunes, can I just check? So, I think you kind of phrased it as if you were tabling an amendment to the report, and I wonder if that's perhaps the right way to go, or maybe actually there'd be an action for you to take back and maybe speak to FSWG, which of course has the ability to determine its own work programme, and it could be that FSWG decide they would like to call a report such as this into their programme going forward without necessarily amending this report. So I just wondered whether I could just get some clarity on that before.
Thank you very much, Gavin. Yes, indeed, I think that is the way forward, a recommendation the FSWG review this and that we take this back to the FSW team to see whether this is something that we will collectively take forward as a review. If I may make a simple observation, in terms of bringing sort of rigour and oversight to this, the current cabinet, which is in the report, again on page 51, illustrates, an individual, Councillor Mohammed Farouk, who is no longer on there, but also that the administration represent at least 4 members, I think it is, 3 members at least of that committee. So all I'm looking to do is broaden that horizon with FSWG and that review to take it back to full council. So we have a robust review and recommendation that can be taken forward. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So can I just be clear, you want to submit an additional recommendation tonight, so beyond noting the report. So could you articulate what that recommendation is, please? And then it'll need to be seconded and voted on if we even get to that stage, I think.
Okay, forgive me, I'll be concise. The recommendation is that the report is taken to FSWG, that FSWG consider the report, and if they feel it is warranted, they will make a report or ask questions on that, the audit report, to return this to full cabinet at a later date. That's the recommendation.
Okay. Just before we go again to that stage, I think it is worth noting that FSWG is a working group. It's not a formal committee. So again, I completely understand your position. And it sounds like I'm avoiding a recommendation, but it's not necessarily. I'm just wondering if we can get to the same point by you working with your FSWG colleagues to amend your work programme and to call that forward, obviously in the next year, because clearly what's done is done this year anyway. So I just wonder whether that is an option or whether you still want to just table the recommendation. I'm just checking.
Thank you. I'm reasonably flexible. I haven't had the opportunity to discuss it with my FSWG colleagues. It's my personal perspective at the moment. So I would like to table either of those at this moment and take back to FSWG and to have an agreement from them as to how they would like to progress.
Okay, I've got Councillor Hogg, then Councillor Cam.
So I feel that you're kind of getting this the wrong way round. So the Audit Committee has produced the report. It has been reviewed by the Constitution and Ethics Committee and has been recommended to full council to approve. I feel that the FSWG aspect that you're trying to bring into that is essentially saying this report has made some recommendations, but maybe as the FSWG we should look at this report once it's been reviewed tonight, approved tonight, to see if there's any lessons that can be learnt for going forward. Would that suffice? As a member of the FSWG, you can call that in to be looked at, or this to be looked at and see if the recommendations are something that we need to look at for going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hogg. Oh, sorry, apologies, Chair.
I've got other people. I'll come back to you. I had Councillor Fitzgerald and then Councillor Cam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to rise to suggest to Councillor Antunes he joins the Audit Committee. I'm sure they'll welcome him with open arms, and then he's fully abreast and will no doubt placate any concerns he has. But I agree with Councillor Jamil, the FSWG is not really the right arena for this. It goes through audit prepare a report for all councillors, as Councillor Hogg has just said, and it's up to all councillors to read that report. So if you're raising concerns about the content of the report, I understand that. But the process is a democratic process, and that's the way it is. If you want to change it, you then have to bring something to council by way of a motion or a change to the constitution to make it different. I certainly wouldn't welcome this at FSWG. Specific points, yes, but it's mainly about the content, but you can raise that after this has been approved tonight if it's something to learn from the future, for the future, I should say.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Cam.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just going to actually just say to Councillor Antunes that there is no allocation for a non-grouped member, independent member for Audit Committee because of the proportionality that we have at this moment in time. But I think, as with all scrutiny committees, I think it's really important that, you know, you can be co-opted onto there. You're absolutely right, Councillor Fitzgerald. But also, the FSWG isn't actually a decision-making body. We are a cross-party working group. And again, I think that I would align with what Councillor Fitzgerald has said, and I think it would be important, if you do want to change, you bring a recommendation or a motion to full council that could be submitted to Constitution and Ethics if you are looking for that oversight.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Antunes, given the tone in the room, are you happy just to park that potential recommendation for tonight and then maybe revisit that with your FSWG colleagues, or even bring it forward to Constitution and Ethics or whoever, full council motion, whatever is appropriate at a future meeting? Would that be satisfactory going forward?
That certainly would. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we'll go back to Councillor Wiggin then. Would you like to, as the seconder, would you like to exercise your right to speak as seconder?
Very briefly, I'd just like to assure all members that Audit Committee is a cross-party grouping, so everyone has input through their groups. It is also very important that we have the independent members on there. It's chaired by an independent member. At the meeting we had recently, 2 other independent members were very vocal in their contributions, very helpful in their contributions, and therefore I'm glad to second the motion as it stands.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Now I'm happy to move on.
Okay, thank you very much. The recommendations proposed are set out under the recommendations header on pages 33 of your report. Are these agreed, or shall we now move to the vote? All agreed? All agreed. Okay, thank you very much. 9B then is the Constitution and Ethics Committee, changes to the Health and Wellbeing Board terms of reference. The report for this item can be found on pages 9 to 24 of the supplementary agenda pack. Councillor Peter Hiller, as chair of the committee, would you like to move the recommendations?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and I thank you, and I'm happy to introduce the recommendation. Members at the Constitution and Ethics Committee earlier this week proposed amendments to the Health and Wellbeing Board's terms of reference in respect to its membership were received and considered, subject to amending a minor typographical error and further change outlined in the recommendations. The Constitution and Ethics Committee recommended these changes to full council for approval this evening. Can I duly ask Council, Mr Mayor, to approve these amendments to the Constitution? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller. Councillor John Howard, will you second the motion and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in debate?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Does any member wish to begin debate? Yes, Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, as a member of that committee, I very much welcomed the robust dialogue and the changes that were made by the committee. I thought they were thoughtful and they were constructive. So I'd like to thank the Chair and the other members of the committee for that robust dialogue and debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reeve. Anybody else wish to enter debate? No? Okay, fine. Councillor Howard, as the seconder, would you like to exercise your right to speak?
Thank you for you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hiller, then, would you like to sum up?
I'm happy to move on, Mr Mayor, other than just thanking Councillor Reeve for his kind words about the way that we run the committee, and we do try to run a tight ship, and I think the meeting that we had on Monday evening was testament to that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller. The recommendations, therefore, are proposed as set out under the recommendations header on page 9 of the report. Are these agreed, or shall we move to a vote? Right, all agreed. Thank you very much, and that's agreed. Agenda item 10 then is questions on executive decisions made since the last meeting. Item 10 is in relation to the record of executive decisions detailed on pages 71 to 76 of your agenda pack. The leader will introduce this item and any questions will be answered by the leader unless she refers them to another member. I would remind councillors that they should ask questions on the decisions in the reports. All questions should be relevant to the decision itself. Should I feel that any preamble is unreasonably long, I will instruct councillors to ask their question immediately. Can members please note that once I have moved on, questions will not be accepted from the previous pages. Councillor Shabina Kiam, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It'd be a pleasure to introduce the item. The items here, or the titles, are in relation to the Cabinet meeting that took place on the 23rd of June 2026. I would like to invite members to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take each page in turn. Can members please refer to the title and the reference number of the decision when asking your question. Page 71. 72. I've got two here, so Councillor Hiller first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 72D, the authority to award a contract for the supply and purchase and supply of laptops, not an inconsiderable sum, £800,000 over 4 years. Can I just ask what they are for? That's quite a few laptops, I guess, given our purchasing powers. Can I just ask that question? Thank you.
Yes, certainly, Councillor Cam.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hiller, for your question. It is really important that our staff and us as members have up-to-date technological equipment that actually maintains use, efficiency and operational matters within the council, and how our groups and organisations work across the scope of the council. I'm sure that you'll also appreciate that such technology also has a lifespan to it, which can result in equipment not working to its maximum potential. And also, one of the things that I would like to bring to your attention is the risk of infiltration from a security point of view as well. So this is why this undertaking was important, and I hope that answers your question.
Yes, if I might,
Yes.
thank you for that very comprehensive response, Councillor Kayam. Can I just add the disposal of the old laptops once they've been wiped and washed and stuck through a spin cycle? Is it possible that they could be offered either to worthy causes or indeed the original users? We've been through this in my over 20 years. I've had all sorts of things grabbed from my grasp, things like iPads and whatever, which I really would have liked to have bought. So if we can give that some consideration and indeed put some money back into the council, it would be appreciated, I'm sure.
Would you like to respond to that?
I would. I think it's a very honourable ask, actually, and I would like to reassure Councillor Hiller that we already do embark upon that, and I think it would be useful, actually, to give you a breakdown of how we undertake that task.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Antunes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reference item B, that's the Hampton Vivacity Premier Replacement Air Handling Units. The Premier Vivacity Leisure Centre is in Hampton. It suggests here a 12-week closure. Just want for clarity on that. If it is going to be closed for 12 weeks, when is that going to happen? The refurbishment, now being a ward councillor, and I don't know if my colleagues in Hampton have been engaged in this in terms of the works and what is being proposed for the refurbishment. I think it would be useful to understand the full scope of that work. So those are the two questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cam.
Thank you very much, Councillor Antunes, for your valid question. So the works being undertaken are to replace the air handling units, as you know, and also the changing room facilities as well. And Obviously, unplanned facility closures, it's been looked at already, result in operational losses and reputational risk by strategically scheduling facility closure for these works. The quality of service can be enhanced going forward rather than undergoing this in a piecemeal manner. Therefore, delaying the replacement of these facilities is not recommended. In terms of the 12-week closure, off the top of my head, I have to be very honest with you, I will confirm the exact timeline as to when that will take place, and I will give you a written response.
I've got quite a few hands all waving to people, but not waving to me. Councillor Hogg, are you wanting to say something? I've got your name down,
I've got some information on it. That's all, because obviously of my role.
That's relevant to that answer?
Yes.
Yes, okay, I think that's a good idea. Councillor Hogg.
So this has been delayed by maybe a couple of years in terms of the air handling unit, so it is really on its last legs. We have to remember that the Premier Fitness is a bit of a golden goose. It produces a good revenue for the council and feeds into PECHA, which is the council's charity, as it were, not-for-profit organisation, and that feeds into other aspects of the council. I believe that there's going to be a closure to the changing facilities, but there will be temporary facilities available so that the facility itself will not be closed. There will be some level of inconvenience for our members, but at least they will still be able to use their membership in the normal way. I hope that gives you a bit more information.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Councillor. That's very useful. Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, it would be useful to share that with the residents of Hampton. Again, the concern is that regional pool is closed, and if there are impact on what is one of the other major pools in the city, it would be useful to know.
Okay. Councillor Cam, you're going to address that.
Absolutely. The regional pool has been closed for a number of years, as you know, and we're on set to develop the sports quarter by 2028. Planning application has gone through with that, so we are working at pace, but absolutely appreciate the need for swimming to still be a facility within the city for people to access.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve, sorry, yeah, come on.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not normally so complimentary, but again, overveering scrutiny, this item came up, and this time I'd like to thank the officers for, I don't necessarily agree with the decision and the spend and the over-spec nature of the computers, which was the basis of some of our questioning, but if you could pass on my thanks for the robust way that the officers came forward and explained their logic in the situation and why that spend's occurred.
Excellent. I think you've done that, and I agree with you totally. It's good that they're on their game. So well done. Thank you very much. Anybody else on that one before I move on? So that was 72, by the way. So I'm going to move on to 73. Councillor Murphy, I've got you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On 73, it's the final outturn report. Generally, I'm just wondered how it went and how's it going, but particularly on the recommendation set out in section 7 of the report. If you can recall, could you tell us what section 7 of the report was about and how this may affect our reserves, which I believe are not terribly healthy, and it could have an impact upon them?
Thank you. Councillor Cam.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. So in terms of reserve levels, I'd just like to respond to Councillor Murphy's question that our usable and ring-fence reserve balances improved by 47% to 32.9 million in comparison to previous forecasts, aided by exceptional financial support and the usage of the flexible capital receipts policy despite funding the 2.6 million revenue overspend. And I'd also like to say that pleasingly the external borrowing decreased by 39 million to 486.8 million, with 20 million being set aside every year for debt repayment to address the council's debt. But I will bring my trusted deputy, who is the Cabinet Member for Finance, if he wishes to add anything.
Actually, there's nothing more to add to that. You answered the question quite comprehensively. Considering, when we were sitting here a year ago, we were almost looking at a £7 million overspend, and we, officers worked day and night, and we managed. And even though 2.6 is not very good, but we are where we are, and we managed to close, 5.9 million of that.
Thank you very much. 73 on, still on. Any further questions? Councillor Murphy.
Yes, thank you. It's on the Renters' Rights Act. And again, just asking for further information. And thank you for your answer previously. How are the standards being affected? And thank the officer who has sent the details to me. But I'm just wondering if you'd like to explain the impact for other councillors who are aware. We don't get the appendices and reports with this agenda.
Councillor Cam.
Thank you very much. I think it's a really fair question, so thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. We do tell you when we think that you've gone a bit overboard, but actually this is reasonable. So the updates were intended, these are updates, okay, to the additional provision that we've already got, and they were intended to ensure that the Council's housing enforcement framework remained robust, legally compliant and aligned with the new legislative requirements, while continuing to support fair, consistent and proportionate regulatory action. Now, in that, some of the comments, and whilst we were having the Cabinet debate, the details that you require are that selected licensing is for single family dwelling in the city. Additional licensing is for smaller houses of multiple occupants, 3 to 4 bedroom properties. HMO mandatory licensing was for 5 or more occupants. But I will look at my housing colleague, Councillor Christian Hogg, if he wishes to add anything to give you a more comprehensive response.
I feel that Leader has given quite a comprehensive answer there. Obviously, the Renters' Rights Act is a massive piece of legislation that protects some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and that's something that we've recognised in Peterborough, and that's why we brought forward with the additional licensing for those homes that were under the amount for HMO licensing, but were essentially still homes of multiple occupancy. So we plugged that gap in order to raise the standards across the city. It's something we take very seriously, and it's something that we will continue to push as much as we possibly can. The licensing area as a whole, there's been all sorts of new legislation coming in. We've got vape licensing, for instance, coming into the business as well. So we're always looking to adapt to this new legislation as it becomes live.
Thank you very much. Still on 73, wasn't it? Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I was grateful for the nature and the way officers, and this is to do with F, officers answered my question about the outrun report in scrutiny. However, and it's very welcome that the initial overrun that looked like it was going to be £7 million was reduced. Can the relevant Cabinet member explain to us how much of that reduction was based on prepayments that will then be spent, and what is the current amount of interest that Peterborough taxpayers are paying on the existing debt?
Councillor Cam.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reeve, for that. It's actually a very focused and specific question, and for that level of detail, I will refer to my Cabinet member for Finance to respond, although I suspect that we will be asking an officer to give you a more specific and accurate answer.
As much as I love my portfolio, such a detail requires an accurate response, and I will respond to you in writing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Still on 73, or can we move to 74? I'll move to 74. 75. 76. Councillor Strangwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's great to see that the bus depot is going to gain some traction, but can we just have a little bit more information about how many electric buses are actually going to be operating from, or we expect to be operating from there?
Councillor Cam.
Thank you, Councillor Strangwood. I'm going to ask your neighbour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Quem. Thank you for your question, Councillor Strangwood, who's also a neighbour in, well, sort of neighbour in Breton as well, as here. Let me say it's really good news that we're moving much more with the Peterborough Bus Depot. That it's through the hard work, lobbying of North and Park Ward councillors, myself included, and the collaboration of the combined authority. I'm pleased that we will be looking at being able to electrify buses for the first time ever in Peterborough. We have been lagging behind Cambridge for some time, so the first time in the next few years we will be able to have electric buses, because we're going to be having a new bus depot which will be able to give us the ability to do that. So I look forward to that. My only caveat on it is I am, and I've expressed this, and I think other members on the funding, the committee on, and also on the board on the combined authority have expressed around bus franchising a concern, quite a big concern around the funding arrangements. The fact that the current mayor for Peterborough, Cambridgeshire, and I hope he does have a think about it, because in order to be able to properly have a proper bus franchising scheme and be able to fund it properly, he will have to re-look at his, what he calls his funding, his financial envelope. In other words, having a nil increase in the mayor's precept for the combined authority won't fund those things. So he could be able to do so much more if, you know, and he could cost it and ring fence it for things like bus franchising. So I really welcome this. Is great news going forward, because the depot in Millfield on Lincoln Road is completely a bad place for it. It's totally unsuitable, and to see it go elsewhere will be much better to a purpose-built building with the electric buses coming in the future. Brilliant news. And thank you for your question. Hope that answers it.
Does that answer, or have you got something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
That's a full suffice.
So I'm still on 76. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. Just with regards to the bus depot, I believe the total investment is £10 million across the councils. To what extent I always welcome investment in Peterborough. To what extent are we concerned that the investment is looking at a infrastructure item that is beyond, that technology is moving beyond? It would be horrendous to have a huge piece of infrastructure in place when we look at cities around America, cities around China, moving very, very quickly to automated taxis, automated cars. It would be horrendous to see this investment then underutilised. And secondly, to what extent do we see this investment creating a two-tier franchise, undermining the more rural networks in favour of the inner city networks?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cam.
Thank you, Councillor Reeve. On your first question, I will feed your thoughts back to the CPCA Mayor Paul Bristow for him to respond. I'm the representative on the board for Peterborough City Council, and I'd be more than happy to raise that question with him as the project further progresses. On your second point, it's hard to substantiate that, but in terms of franchising, that is a separate venture that we are progressing, and the Mayor is progressing, and it's something that is on his agenda. But I will look to my Transport Cabinet Member, Councillor Angus Ellis, to give a more substantive response to see if he needs to add anything.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you for your question. And I'm going to be careful, because some of the information was from an exempt report, so I want to be careful that I don't give out exempt information to a public meeting. But needless to say, and I think I'm perhaps repeating myself a little bit, the fact that there is at this early stage, we've already identified a funding shortfall for bus franchising. It will hit probably the routes. They're more likely to be routes outside of a city centre, outside of the urban areas, that will be under threat more so, because obviously patronage is probably lower. So we are keen to try and push and lobby that more money is put towards bus franchising, so we're not in that situation. I hope that helps. I'm sorry, I can't elaborate on any stuff which I know from an exempt item. I hope that helps.
Councillor Cam, did you want to come back? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to come back. I also think that it's quite important to remind members, and I think the consultation would have closed today actually, around the consultation that the Mayor has put out. It's really important that everybody engages or has engaged in that, so that would have been an opportunity for us to spread the word with our residents too. But we will strongly be lobbying and representing those communities who feel that they are at risk of their services being cut, especially in Warrington, where I know that our two colleagues here, Councillor John Fox and Judy Fox, are particularly concerned about the route number 62 bus.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Cam. Anybody else on 76? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it seems to be evening of thanking everybody, I might as well...
thank you very much.
Thank you, you're doing a great job. And I'd just like to say thanks to Pep Cipriano and the team at the Peterborough Positive. And it's interesting to note that of course the City Council would back the scheme as we were part of the, shall we say, the setting up of it in the first place. But obviously since this has been reported, I think it's been revealed that they have been successful again in a bid for 5 years. So I think we should all note that and say well done for all the hard work that team put in across the city. And I think it's a great asset. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cam, would you like to respond in any way on that?
I'll stand up as well. I think I'd like to second the fact that we express our thanks across the chamber to Peterborough Positive, Pep Cipriano and the team. As we know, they have really been our eyes and ears on the ground, reporting any reports of antisocial behaviour, strengthening our ties with the police and the council enforcement teams too. And also it's a testament to the fact that our current vacancy rate with our retail units is around 4%, which is under the national average. And I do give credit to them, part and parcel, because of that. We have monthly, with our Cabinet Member for Growth and Regeneration, walkabouts with Pep and the team. They are very conscientious, have a good relationship with our businesses, and they only complement what we're doing here in the council. So on record, alongside Councillor Fitzgerald, I'd like to express our thanks to them and congratulations.
Thank you. And as Mayor, I'd like to do exactly the same, and I hope all members will join me in that. I think they're doing a fantastic job. They deserve to have another 5 years, and hopefully they'll do the same. Councillor Murphy.
We did cut it a bit fine, though, getting the ballot in. Perhaps it should have been scheduled to have been done, because I presume the City Council ballot was quite weighted.
Sorry, yes, Councillor Cam.
I think the results of the ballot are going to be published in either a couple of weeks' time, and that is not known. So we're not sure whether we've cut it fine at all. It'd be interesting to know where you've gained that information from.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had to make a Cabinet Member's decision and throw out the under urgency grounds because we needed to get the ballot in. That's all I was referring to. Perhaps we should have had the foresight to see that the ballot was coming, because we knew about it 5 years ago.
Would you like to come back?
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it would be good to anticipate that such events are taking place, but I'm happy to investigate how that came about and see that we avoid it in future.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of 76, unless I missed anybody's hand. No. Thank you, members. Agenda item 11 was questions on combined authority decisions made since the last meeting. Item 11 is in relation to the record of combined authority decisions made since the last meeting. As no decisions have been received from the combined authority, we will move on to the next item. Now, before I move on, which is to part 5, I'm going to bring in Legal and Monitoring Officer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, I've had a few last-minute queries about a couple of the motions tonight. Happy to hear them, obviously, but I would just suggest if you are going to bring that forward into the meeting, you do that just ahead of the motion that we're about to consider, as opposed to try and stick them all in now. So let's consider motion 1 and then motion 2, and if 3 is the one, then we'll consider it just ahead of discussing that motion. So I don't think there's any issues with motion number 1, so I think we can proceed to that one quite easily.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. We're now moving on then to the next council item, which is agenda item 12, notices of motion. We have received 5 notices of motion this evening. The first motion, motion 1, relates to fly tipping. Councillor Mark Ormston, would you like to move your motion as set out in the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Good evening, members. This motion comes to us today after quite a journey. At the December 2024 full council meeting, I asked a question about fly tipping, with the then cabinet member responding by announcing the latest fly tipping task and finish group. In August 2025, along with my ward colleague Councillor Allen, a well-attended public meeting was held on the topic of fly tipping in the village of Eye. After which, in October 2025, I had a meeting with the relevant council officers about this very motion. It was decided at that time it would be best to wait so it could be considered as part of the task and finish group's work. I followed this up in February's full council meeting earlier this year, with the cabinet member at that time responding, sharing some frustrations at the situation. And then last month's full council meeting had a bit of a rush on it. So here we are today, and it truly is a pleasure to bring this motion to you all this evening. As we all know only too well, fly tipping is a severe, unrelenting blight on our communities. It drains our public funds, degrades our local environment, and causes immense justified frustration to the residents we represent. It affects every corner of our city, from our urban wards to our expensive rural communities. I wish to acknowledge the hard work our waste, environmental and enforcement officers complete for us all. We have seen some excellent positive publicity in recent months, including one relating to Eye just yesterday. This motion is designed to complement and amplify these good news stories. I believe transparency is the ultimate tool for public reassurance. If residents can see the scale of the problem, the tangible actions we are taking, and the direct consequences for those found guilty, we are strengthening our attack against this selfish crime. With this in mind, this motion resolves to increase transparency through the creation of a dedicated fly tipping webpage. The idea of this centralised hub is to provide up-to-date data and feature two vital pillars. Firstly, one of education through clear hints and tips, helping residents verify licensed waste carriers, how to safely and correctly report suspicious behaviour, and how to properly use our household recycling centre. Secondly, through public accountability, a dedicated name and shame section to publicly list rogue individuals and businesses who have been successfully convicted of fly tipping in our city. I believe by having this already publicly available information in one easily accessible place, it creates a robust public deterrent against perpetrators. This motion is by no means a silver bullet, but my hope is by making our data publicly available, it will reassure our communities and create a one-stop shop of information to better arm our residents against rogue traders. Let's back our enforcement teams by enhancing our transparency, reassure our residents and send a clear message. If you fly tip in Peterborough, you will be caught, you will be fined, and we will stop your ability to repeat your crimes through this public deterrent. With all this said, I look forward to the debate and I ask members to back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ormston. Councillor Kevin Tighe, would you like to second the motion and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted to second this motion, and I would like to speak now through you.
Yes, go ahead.
When Councillor Ormston first shared these thoughts with me, my first question was to say, are you sure about the numbers? I was so shocked I had to double check them myself. 2024, 10,000 incidents of fly tipping recorded in the Peterborough area. 2025, just under 10,500 incidents recorded. And how impactful are they? Well, let's just reflect on some of the excellent work we've heard going on in the city. The Station Quarter, Pride in Place, the Youth Zone, the Sport and Leisure Quarter, and all those initiatives that are happening in your ward, that you're pushing forward, they're all undermined by fly tipping. Because the reality is, when we look across East Anglia, we are top of the division for the number of fly tips per person. So we have got the toughest job on. The good news is that we've got excellent staff and a task and finish group who are focused on exactly this area. They're working hard. I want them, and I suggest that you want them, to work even harder, and more importantly, smarter. And to work smarter, you've got to have good metrics, and you've got to have good data. And that lies at the heart of this motion to full council. Will we ever stop fly tipping? Probably not. But this will show people that we are serious about fly tipping and serious about bringing people to book when they're caught. I have no hesitation in seconding this motion, and I ask you all to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ty. Hold on a second. Yep, okay. Members wishing to debate, I've got Councillor Kay on first, and then... Did you put your hand up? Yeah, Councillor Kay on first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd actually like to stand to welcome this motion. And on the same note, I'm really sorry that it has come to a point whereby we've had to table a motion here at full council to address this issue. I think that we all agree that there isn't a single ward in this city that hasn't been blighted by fly tipping. And I think it's about time. We've tried everything. We've put in an awful lot of resource into education and sending people out and bulky waste collections that take place across the city through our parish council and also funded by Councillor CPF. But something needs to happen that is a bit more robust. All of us here in the chamber wouldn't treat our own homes like we see on the streets. And I think that it's really important that I also share with members that we actually do have a policy that has been drawn up. In fact, a couple of years ago, around implementing name and shame, I've been advised by our Director for Place and Economy, but it's also about sharing the concern that we really do need to work at pace with tackling this. It's not good enough. And I'd also just like to say that bringing services in-house, one of the main objectives was to address cleanliness of the city. I would like to come back and just address the point politely to Councillor Alex Rafiq to say that there was an extensive consultation with trade union members in which the rates of pay were negotiated, and actually our workers are on better terms, contracts and rates of pay, just to make you aware in response to your question. So they are paid more, but that actually means that we need to be better and more efficient in our services. So I wholeheartedly back this motion. I would like to apologise for the fact that it has taken a motion to come here at full council. Well, actually, we should have been a little bit more efficient. I just want to say that this week I have declared a war on the fly tippers, so I'd be more than happy to speak to you about that, and I think that this needs to be progressed at pace, not just be a motion that is tabled here, but also we see tangible outcomes with goalposts and timelines attached. So I'd be happy to work with you and officers and assist you with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I am encouraged by the statement of the leader, and I'm also encouraged by the fact that my ward colleague is as concerned about this issue as I am, because we spend a lot of time trying to sort out the problems in Ithorny and Newborough, including having a public meeting which was very well attended. And out of the back of that came the littering and fly tipping working group, which has just produced a strategy. However, it's not met for 6 months, which is a great disappointment. So I'm pleased it's up and running again, and hopefully it will be effective. What we have to understand is that it's a national scandal. Fly tipping is happening throughout the UK. It's not just an East Anglian or a Peterborough problem. And a lot of it is around organised criminal activity. Let's be fair. We're up against people who are very fly who are doing this. And they will take a lot of keeping up with. In an urban area, in the city centre, people pop stuff next to waste bins. That's understandable because in some countries that's what happens. It's not good enough and we should try to stop it. But the major problem is organised criminal activity where people are collecting material from residents. The residents are stumping up a few pounds to get rid of it, and then it ends up usually in Ithorny and Newborough or one of the other surrounding rural wards. What we need to do, and it was really a shock to me at the fly tipping meeting when we were asking, can we not ensure that waste carriers have official badges? Well, apparently there's no one official badge. There's a number of little cards that they can carry. Nationally, that needs to be drilled down on, and there needs to be a proof of who you are and what you are and that you are legitimate. And we need to work with government to ensure that that is made available. So name and shame is a great idea. What I would say is, when we do it, can we please work together with the media? Because having it published on a council website may be a bit of a deterrent, but having it in the local newspaper, although there's probably only one man and a dog reads the local newspaper now, but if it can be on the local newspaper social media post, then let's make these criminals, and it isn't the main criminals that are doing this, the people that are collecting your rubbish and your detritus and dropping it in the rural wards and in watercourses and such like. So rock on, let's work with Councillor Ormston and let's support this motion, but majorly let's make sure that we ensure there is an official ID for waste carriers. That, as a council, we must lobby government for. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. This motion is very welcome. Certainly fly tipping, as has been outlined, is a huge problem right across Peterborough. I in particular picked up a sofa and an armchair just this weekend. Could I just raise a question about, because I don't see it in the paper, around the cost of this website, the anticipated cost, just to make sure we're not signing up to something that we love in principle, but then concerns us at a later date. Hopefully not, because I really want to support this motion. The idea that we are going to be very clear about Peterborough is not the place to dump your rubbish is very, very welcome. So all comments on that. And if you're looking for more members of the working group, certainly Councillor John Bolton, who works closely with Bretton Parish Council on exactly this issue, and myself would be very keen to get involved in this work and help. The second question I have, other than cost, is the teeth of what we're trying to do. This helps with the publicity, with the statement that Peterborough isn't the place to dump your fly tipping, and I do agree it's organised crime. I will welcome if this website tells us the numbers of tips that have not been prosecuted because of successful criminals clearing out anything that could help us with the prosecution, so we can monitor and focus on that to try and improve it. But my concern is for residents. The part of this that really affects them is the bits that the council can't clean up on its own because it's on private land. And to what extent this council, beyond this motion and the working group, is actually supporting farmers and local residents who need that work done. In particular, if Mr Mayor, if you could pass on my thanks to a man who's been very helpful to me, the street care supervisor, Mr Christopher Jones, the advice he's given me on how to deal with fly tipping and the help and support he's given me, in particular this weekend with Cardia. I would love, Mr Mayor, if you could thank him personally on our behalf.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Anybody who helps. Right, we're moving on. Do you want to speak in a minute? You're on quite a list, I'm afraid. Right, Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. I'm really pleased, Mark and Kevin, that you've brought this motion forward. Fly tipping is a plight. I mean, I'm reporting fly tipping in North Ward regularly, and some of the successful prosecutions you've seen as well in North Ward. We've been working with officers to advise them on where we feel that the hot spots are, and I think we should also be looking at our selective licensing powers. There's a lot of
properties or associations where they are just dumping rubbish on private land, right? And we should be using our, selective licensing powers to tackle that as well as the environment. So really pleased that you've brought this forward. We should be naming and shaming these people, because it costs, millions for the council to actually pick up all this stuff. So I will wholeheartedly be supporting this motion. Me and my, fellow councillor Javed, we've been lobbying for more cameras because it is absolutely not on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too welcome the proposal to set up a website. It may be able to have some links to other parts of the website with information. You may not have to put everything on it. I think there's a huge amount of work being done by officers. There's a huge amount of work being done, and now even more work being done on the fly tipping task and finish group. And I also want to give a shout out to the debris working group, which meets. There's a huge bunch of volunteers, Peterborough Wombles, etc., who do loads as well, and I think they would welcome this. So, to give out information to the general public and those thinking of fly tipping, that it's not on. Let's name and shame those people who do it, and I think there are ways that can be done, and I think it already has been investigated upon, but hopefully it can happen. And also information, much more easier to find information about how to properly dispose of your rubbish. Thank you.
Thank you. There's still 5 to go at the moment. So, Councillor Isfaq Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just, I am supporting this motion. There was something that I was hoping would have been picked up in it as well, but maybe it's something that can be considered by the working group. It's an issue when we're reporting fly tips, and I'm sure other members would have experienced the same issue. When we report a fly tip and there could be a fly tip 2-3 metres away, one will be collected and the other one is left behind, and residents don't understand why the other one wasn't collected. It makes us look inefficient, or as a council, and the reasons given are that it's on public or housing association land, which is understandable. Why the council don't then pick up or foot that bill. But I'm hoping going forward the working group can look on this and work on it to ensure that the council does pick it up, but then bills those private landlords or housing associations to ensure that in the future that they work proactively to hinder that from or stop that from happening. So just something that I was hoping that would have been in this motion as well, but it's not, but I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Wiggin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given my Cabinet role as Cabinet Member for Environment is directly mentioned in the motion, I thought it would be best I respond in some way. I'd like to thank Councillor Ormston and Councillor Tighe for bringing forward this motion. Thank also Councillor Ormston for engaging with me in the process and making a few tweaks, which means it's something I can now support. So thank you to him for that and for his dedicated campaign to keep this on the agenda. I mean, I would say it's always on my agenda, but keeping it in the mind of all members, he's done a really good job of that, so thank you for that. I completely endorse what the leader and Councillor Ellis have said. As I detailed in my answers to questions earlier, we are doing a lot behind the scenes in terms of getting things ready so that we can tackle fly tipping head on. Yes, we need to work at pace. We might not necessarily get it done as quickly as some people want, but there is a lot going on, and the Chamber can have an assurance from me that I am dedicated to getting this done, as the leader has outlined. As I said, we're being helped by the Waste Crime Action Plan, which gives us more powers to be able to deal with things. We're also, some members have mentioned difficulties with collections. We're coming up to the 3-month review of bringing Aragon in-house, so we will look at anything that comes out of that can help make things work a bit better for members of the council and members of the public. I've spoken to officers about the specifics of getting this fly tipping webpage going. My understanding, in answer to the question from, I think it was Councillor Reeve, is that it will be on the council website as a single page. So that should minimise the cost. Not like we have to go out and build a new website, but bringing together some data that's already there and hopefully adding some more. But officers confirmed it is feasible. Finally, there are a lot of other suggestions that members have brought forward. I urge you all to share those with your reps on the fly tipping and waste policy task and finish group. It's not just fly tipping itself, it covers waste policy as well. And I look forward to hearing the recommendations of that committee when they're brought forward to scrutiny.
Thank you. Councillor Elsey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. I'd like to thank Councillor Ormston and Councillor Ty for bringing this forward. I think it's long overdue and very much needed. Many people here will know that I had this portfolio for 8 years, and we did name and shame fly tippers, and their photographs were published in the Peterborough Telegraph. The challenge you have is that the magistrates give out disproportionately low fines to people for fly tipping. The maximum fine for fly tipping is £50,000. There's never been one incident in the UK's history where magistrates have actually done that. And all they'd have to do is do that once, and somebody potentially lose their house as a consequence of their actions, and fly tipping would stop. But so my urge would be that we've got the task and finish group. We've got a new cabinet member for the portfolio, and we've got this motion for the new website. That's great, but we need to work with the judiciary system to wake magistrates up to the blight and the fiscal cost that it costs local authorities and private landowners to actually clear this mess up. The other point I'd like to make, and it was covered slightly by Councillor Reeve, is, in my experience, we are very quick to charge landowners for the removal of fly tipping, or tell them that it's their responsibility and they've got to do it at their own cost. Like my fellow rural ward councillors, Councillor Ty, Councillor Allen, Councillor Ormston, most of this fly tipping happens on farmland, and to continually charge farmers for fly tipping is unfair. And it's not beyond the wit of man to work out that most farmers have tractors, and if they want that fly tipping, which has been dumped on their private land, to suddenly be on the verge of a road, which is then our responsibility, it isn't beyond the wit of man for them to use their tractor and just push it to the roadside. So ultimately we would then be responsible for it. So actually collaborating better with them and finding solutions that don't just penalise them would be very welcome. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bolton.
Good evening, Mayor. I'd just like to bring up that there's a little bit more to fly tipping than just making it. You know, there is commercial fly tipping, but there is also residence fly tipping. And over the last, I don't know, couple of months, I've got a phone call every week saying that there's been restricted access and they can't get a dust cart down the road to empty everyone's bins. And then, by miraculous magic, black bins turn up, black bags of rubbish turn up at all the bus stops around that area. So that's reported as fly tipping. But what the problem is that there's not any enforcement of the parking in those areas. I know I'm going slightly off because I 100% agree with everyone about fly tipping. It's a scourge. But there's got to be something done about the parking. My particular ward is bad for parking. There's plenty of green spaces that would give more parking. The part of the problem is that there's a massive increase in HMOs, and part of the HMOs is like local builders. Like, I take notice because I used to build a lot. Some of them will be paying for a skip and some of them will be piling it up. So I'll let you deduce from that what you will. But I do think that the road system in some of, like Alton's bad as well. They've got to be sorted out to cure that problem of the bins not being emptied.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully you'll feed that back to your rep on the task and finish group, etc. Councillor Jamil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Like yourselves, I come from one of the wards that's probably got one of the highest rates of fly tipping in the city. We have a new secret weapon in Councillor Kurum Iqbal, who goes around the ward every single day. And I think he must have reported in, since he got elected in May, probably over 150 fly tips, just alone, and managed to get most of those cleared up. However, in some of those places, we are victims of our own success, because people now think this is where, when the council cleans up, this is where they leave their, the white bags when they do it, and people assume that you're able to then dump your rubbish there and it will get cleansed. So it's something for us to maybe reflect on how we do that, because it's the same places, and then, people who live around there know then that if you leave your stuff there, it will get picked up, which is not really, which is costing us more because we're having to do more and more. The other thing over the years that I've realised is that we have people who witness these and then don't turn up in court. And there's a cost to that as well. So we, our officers, our lawyers, get ready to go to court, and then the person who witnessed will not come and give evidence. Maybe it's something else we work with our police colleagues or our lawyers to see how we can combat that. But certainly, I'm not hearing a dissenting voice. We're all in favour. And not only that, and I think the other thing that we've not mentioned is those brilliant volunteers who go out every single week, probably every single day, but we only hear of them, who go out and make sure that they work alongside, their area reps, whoever their councillors are, and sometimes along council officers as well. And I think they do a brilliant job. And if they didn't do their bit as well, I think this city would be a lot worse for it. So I want to put on on record our thanks for the work that they do, and they know who they are.
Thank you. All good points, but can I just draw you back? We're talking to the motion, and I get all those. They're all great, and I get all the thanks, the rest of it. But I want to make sure we get to a vote on this or an agreement on this anyway. So, Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you so much. I agree with everything that everyone said. I do a lot of naming and shaming and reporting in Paston and Walton, and I work very closely with Ian Tobin. Just responding to the leader. So what I meant earlier was, obviously, Aragon, they do get paid a good wage for their normal wage. Now, the issue is when the staff are offered overtime on a weekend, on a Saturday, to do a free bulky waste collection, they're only getting paid their normal rate or a time and a half for the 4 hours. I'm going to have to
stop it because this is speaking to the motion and we're going way off subject.
Can
you have that debate outside of this? Because it's fine, but we're not talking about the salary of councillors, we're talking about a motion.
I'm talking less than 60 seconds. You're not even giving me 60 seconds. Let me just finish really quick.
Because it's not relevant.
No, it is relevant.
No, it isn't. I've decided it's not relevant.
For an extra £32,000, we can double the bulky waste collections to 96
Councillor Rafiq, turn your mic off.
Yeah.
Please.
It's going off now, yeah. No problem.
Thank you. You can speak to the lady afterwards, the leader. It doesn't need to be here, but we were talking about the salaries. You didn't deserve 10 seconds. It was completely irrelevant. You shouldn't have got 10 seconds. Sorry? Somebody tells me what I can't say that. But it needs to be relevant. You're talking to the motion, and what we're doing at the moment is talking about salaries, and it's not talking to the motion. So we're going to move on. Councillor Hemraj.
So I'd just like to say thank you to Mark and Councillor Ty for bringing this motion forward. As we know, fly tipping is a big issue across Peterborough, but prominently in East Ward, and when it comes to selective licences and the private landlords, many of us know that landlords, HMOs, they're moving out and they leave their fly tipping on the driveway. St Michael's Gate being one of the most famous places, horrendous with fly tipping around there and waste. So I think with this motion, we need to do something about these private landlords and the housing associations who do not deal with this fly tip issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank you for keeping it brief. Quite right. We've all got issues in our wards. We've already said that. So, please keep to what the motion's about rather than what your experiences are, so we can move forward. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this, but it seems, because it's a very complicated topic, but I agree wholeheartedly with the motion and its aims, but what it doesn't address is how we deal with fly tipping. So to me, it's a perennial societal issue that has developed over the last 40 years. This didn't happen before. And I'll tell you why, I think. The council has basically given the responsibility to the public for disposing of its waste, whereas many years ago, the council would have done all the waste. So we as a council are guilty, I believe, in making it harder for people in society to deal with bulky waste particularly. And you're right, there is a criminal element, but you've got to ask yourself why that exists in today's society. And again, I come back to people feel frustrated that they cannot dispose of anything. And we put so many rules and regulations in place. Has anybody been to the Householders Recycling Centre? We make it so difficult for people because we're obsessed about waste. And it all comes down to this, I'm afraid, folks. It comes down to money. The council should have a responsibility to the public to receive all their waste, collect it, dispose of it, but that has now gone, Mr. Mayor. So it's great and this is laudable and I applaud it, but this is not a solution to the waste problem that we face, and it's really interesting to know that we're the worst. But for God's sake, let's make it easier for people. Assist the public. Don't put the public in line for disposing of it. What if they don't drive? And then we say, well, you've got to pay to take your waste away. Well, people, A, can't afford it, B, they object to that. They see that they pay their council tax for us to do that for them. And unfortunately, that responsibility of the council has been eroded over many decades. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. All good points. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm just going to be as brief as I possibly can. I'll just be brief. I just wanted to say, obviously, Councillor Wigan has already just said his bit on them, but just as a Liberal Democrat group, we talked about this, as all groups, I'm sure, did prior to the meeting. And we wholeheartedly, we thank you very much for bringing this motion to the council, and thank you for your patience. This deserved a proper debate rather than a quick yes or no that would have happened if it had been kept on the last meeting. So we wholeheartedly back this up. It is a scourge that hits the whole city, every ward, etc., etc., etc. And I just wanted to quickly respond to Councillor Bolton that if you want to come and have a word with me about your issue, we can do that offline. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Paul Wigan.
Thank you. I am not only on the working group, but I'm chair of the working group. And when I was nominated, it felt like a poison chalice. Everyone else wanted to pass it on to me. But having heard the debate here, both specifically on the motion, but also on the wider issues of fly tipping and waste management, I feel that I've been given a great opportunity, and this council has given me that opportunity by speaking so eloquently and so knowledgeably about the issues that I believe that we can pursue not only this, which the working group will do as a matter of urgency, but also the other issues of fly tipping. And I would ask every single member who's got experience of either local issues or the broader national issues of criminality, etc., to come forward and to make sure that the recommendation we make to the scrutiny committee is as full as it can be, given the time we've got. And therefore, I'm saying I'm up for the challenge, are you?
Thank you very much. Finally, apart from me, Councillor Antunes.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. I joined in 2024 and I was immediately appointed to the Task and Finish Group, as it's termed, for fly tipping. All the principles and all the discussions we've had today were tabled effectively at that group. I welcome the motion by Councillor Ommerson and Councillor Ty and would support that. It's just a pity that hasn't been delivered via the Task and Finish Group, and effectively we do not have the resources or authority in that group, and I would like to perhaps table that as a motion or at a later stage to provide some teeth and some power to make that happen. The main issue, and I'll echo what's been said here, is that Council has moved from a position where waste is collected generally to now making it a public task. The Fix My Street app is a great app, but where you have unadopted streets adjacent to each other, residents use that app. They get just simply told the waste will not be collected. I feel that app should be supported by the council officers, and that responsibility of identifying who is responsible for picking up the fly tipping is managed by the council operatives or council officers. That gives a customer focused basis. Ultimately, the Task and Finish Group was set up, I believe, the last meeting was in 2019. It started in 2024 again. We need that resource, and I go back to what was mentioned before. This needs money. That Task and Finish Group has got no resources and no officer or financial resources. It needs those to make a difference. Without that, we could sit and talk all day long, but we need those elements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That seems to be all the people going to speak to that, apart from me. I'm absolutely for the motion, and well done, Councillor Ormston and Councillor Ty for seconding it. We do need to urge MPs, etc., to make sure the laws are used and available to us. I agree, name them and shame them, no problem at all with that. Fine them hard, make them pay to clear it up, and then crush any vehicle they use to take it there. That's my feeling. So please, whoever's on the Task and Finish Group, put them at the top. Crush that vehicle. They won't do it again. All right, thank you very much. Sorry, we're going to move on now to, you've done your seconding bit because you chose to speak. So Councillor Ormston, it's back to you to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be very brief, bearing in mind that was a robust debate. Thank you ever so much. The decision to pull it from the last meeting and bring it to this meeting was well worth it for numerous reasons. Just thank you and welcome the leaders' comments. They were very helpful. Thank you to my ward colleague, Councillor Allen, for his comments. Agree that we should have the PT and other media outlets support whatever goes on the webpage. On the costs point, is deliberately designed to only use existing infrastructure, not need to go out and get additional resource or infrastructure, so the cost should be minimal, but that can be discussed at the Task and Finish Group. On the question around farmers, private land, at the meeting we had in an action was for officers to meet with reps of the NFU and discuss whether commercial arrangements can be made between the council and the NFU members so fly tipping can be cleared at a discounted rate. That meeting has happened between officers and the NFU, and I'm sure the Cabinet member might be able to give you an update on that at a later time. Education to the justice system is a massive point. Councillor LC absolutely spot on. Councillor Jamil's point as well is incredibly valid, that if we clear it up and it gets cleared up quickly, they're just going to dump it there again. We need CCTV in those sort of places to make sure we're catching, so ultimately we're actually getting revenue in from those sort of people. And massive thanks to Mark Fishpool, Peterborough Wombles and countless others. This is my third ever motion. The previous two didn't need a vote. I'm very much sensing this one won't do, and I'll very much appreciate the hat trick. Thank you.
Well, there's a challenge. Right. Okay. Could I ask, is the motion agreed? Yes? Well done. 3 out of 3. Thank you very much. The next motion then relates to antisocial driving. Councillor Ishfaq Hussain, would you like to move your motion as set out in the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I'm okay to remain seated, as I've got a bad back, so if you don't mind.
No, of course, I'll let it.
So, thank you again. So the issue associated with speeding and antisocial behaviour driving have plagued our city streets for far too long. In recent weeks alone, we have witnessed a number of serious collisions on residential roads. Within Dogsthorpe, there have been 2 major collisions on Sycamore Avenue. In one incident, an occupant had to be airlifted to hospital while another vehicle overturned onto its roof. In Paston, a resident was critically injured when a driver lost control of the vehicle and crashed into a home. On Andal Road, a life was tragically lost as a result of speeding and reckless driving, devastating the victim's family and leaving consequences for everyone involved. It is clear that we need to consider additional measures on roads where there is clear evidence of persistent excessive speeding. Average speed cameras should form part of that conversation. One issue with the current approach to analysing traffic surveys is that the emphasis is placed on the 85th percentile speed, the speed at or below which 85% of vehicles travel. The 85th percentile is a recognised engineering measure and remains a useful tool. However, on its own, it doesn't show the scale of unlawful speeding. A road can have a relatively low 85th percentile while still experiencing a significant number of vehicles travelling at dangerous speeds. Those are the drivers most likely to cause serious collisions and pose the greatest risk to residents. Rather than relying solely on the 85th percentile, speed surveys data should also report the total number of vehicles exceeding the speed limit, broken down into bands of 5 miles per hour and so on. This would provide councillors, residents and decision makers with a much clearer picture of where persistent and dangerous speeding is taking place, allowing evidence-based decisions on interventions such as average speed cameras. The current legislative framework also limits the role local authorities play in speed camera enforcement. Fixed penalty fines are paid into government consolidation fund rather than being retained locally. As part of the ongoing programme of English devolution, the Council should ask the Government to consider whether local authorities can be given greater powers to install and manage average speed camera systems on local roads, subject to appropriate safeguarding and evidence of speeding. The Council should also ask that any revenue generated through enforcement be ring-fenced for local road safety improvements rather than returning to the Treasury. Any enforcement system must continue to use Home Office type approved equipment and operate within the existing legal framework for prosecution and penalty points. So the Council resolves to request that when undertaking or commissioning speed surveys, the Council continues to report the 85th percentile speed, but in addition publishes the number of vehicles exceeding the speed limit in 5 mile per hour increments to provide a more complete and transparent picture of speeding behaviour. Request that the Leader of the Council writes to the Peterborough's Members of Parliament and the Mayor of the Combined Authority seeking legislative changes, including through the devolution bill, where appropriate, to enable local authorities to install and operate average speed cameras on local roads where justified by evidence, and to allow any income generated from enforcement to be ring-fenced for local road safety measures. Ensure that any average speed camera system supported by the Council is Home Office approved and complies with all statutory requirements so that evidence obtained from it is admissible for enforcement purposes under the Road Traffic Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Councillor Murtaza Ahmed Minur, will you second the motion and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
Thank you, Mayor. I will second the motion and I will reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. Does any member wish to debate the motion? I've got Councillor Kayam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to welcome the motion. I think the intention behind the motion is a good one. I think that we've seen throughout the city that there have been a number of road traffic accidents which have had horrendous consequences for families over the city. And it's something that's regularly brought up, so I think it's really important to validate that and acknowledge that. So I'd like to thank you for putting this motion forward, and Councillor Murtaza to congratulate you on seconding this as your first motion here in the Chamber. So I think that's important to place my thanks to you as well. Coincidentally, on the 29th of July 2023, Councillor Ishfaq is saying when you were a councillor back then, you also proposed the ULEZ motion. So I see that you have an interest in roadworthy motions. I thought I'd just remind the Chamber about that as well. I would like to bring a couple of things to your attention, if I may. And I think that it's important for members to acknowledge that the implications of this motion, but how we get there. So we see an awful lot of motions that come to the Chamber, but I don't want this to just be one of those motions that is a motion for the sake of having a motion. Now, in case people aren't aware here, or members aren't aware, we actually have on the board, we are one of the Highways Authority, and funding from central government is sent through to the CPCA Mayor, which is passported to us as a local authority. So in terms of just on reflection, I think that it would have been a better way to seek these changes by proposing or even writing to the CPCA Mayor, because you have a good relationship, you have the same political party. I think that would have been sensible. Doesn't matter anyway. On your first ask or your first recommendation in your first results, I think that that's quite achievable. It's an okay ask. The second ask is for me as leader to write a letter to the MPs and to the CPCA Mayor. I would like to add, I'm more than happy to do so. I would be particularly interested in your sum up if you would be willing to co-sign that letter alongside me, seeing that you have proposed this motion. So please confirm that if you are willing to co-sign that letter yourself and Councillor Murtaza to the CPCA Mayor, laying out what your asks are so that we can make this more of a robust ask rather than me just putting forward a proposal. So if you'd like to confirm that, those are my conditions for voting in favour of this motion. And for the members, I'd like to highlight a bit around the cost. Now, the third resolves asks us to install or have a look at average speed cameras that are Home Office compliant, but there are some statutory requirements around that. So you have to look at a Home Office type approval, which is a certificate known as HOTA. You also have to look at costs around annual calibration, secondary checks have to take place, data security and encryption has to take place, and signage as well. Now, the initial installation costs that have to take place are quite substantial, actually. So if we have a look at an example of some of the breakdowns, your camera units can cost anywhere between 15,000 to 25,000 per unit. You're also looking at the cost of mounting infrastructures. You're also looking at civil engineering works to install them, power and lighting as well, back-end infrastructure to put these in, and again, signage. So overall, the ongoing operational costs are around £100,000 per mile. So that's something that we have to think about when we are proposing this motion forward.
Councillor Kayam, you do have 3 minutes and you've gone 3.5. So
no worries. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, for giving me the... I just wanted to highlight that. But on the basis of those conditions, I will vote for the motion. And if not, I will have to refrain from doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. Having spent many hours on the roadside with Speedwatch and also been in the past Deputy Chair of the County Highways Committee, this motion has picked up on exactly the right issues that I've been frustrated by for many years. The issues about the percentile, when it's the exceptions that are causing the multiple accidents rather than just the average speed, and the issue of where the money ends up when people do get fined, not with those trying to provide the service, but in the central government pot. So those two issues in particular, I'm grateful for, and I would really love to see the earlier motion that was adding some teeth for us, following up on these things being followed through, being used on this one to make sure this does get enacted. On the third one, I actually agree with the Leader of the Council to some degree. It's equally been frustrating to see the cost of Home Office approved cameras getting in the way of cameras actually being in place. We are very happy to support this motion, but do have an element of concern about increasing cost based on the third element.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Every year there are over 300 collisions in the Peterborough unitary area recorded by the police, ranging from fatal, severe to minor, with many of the high-speed many on the high-speed network, but also on urban roads. Across Peterborough, there have been several bad road accidents that residents and councillors have made us aware of. As Cabinet Member, one of my priorities is road safety, with traffic calming schemes included in this year's Highways Capital Programme budget. As a Park Ward councillor, I am taking action on several hotspots, including and especially Dogsthorpe Road. There are a range of measures the council can take, but there is a cost, and we only have a limited budget. Whilst speed cameras would be great, they are very costly. And then there's revenue costs. We should get the income back rather than go, to try and offset the costs of running them. We could do with getting that income back. The cost of installing cameras would be too much for our budget alone. We will need additional grant money funded from a combined authority, perhaps also the Police and Crime Commissioner Office, and maybe even government. So, I do welcome the suggestion made by the leader around that, because some of the costs I've been given a cost of about around all in 60,000 just for one standalone camera, and that's not an average speed camera. An average speed camera is more expensive. And the thing about average speed cameras, a lot of our urban roads aren't long enough to be able to have a number of average speed cameras on like you do on the A47, for example. So also getting the right and accurate speed data is also important. The council do now have access to the 85th percentile. I was given the information on several roads in Dogsthorpe and Park Ward, which Councillor Ishfaq knows about. And it was very interesting. They did back up some of the hotspot areas which we had already identified. But I've been informed, although we can work on this, that it might be harder to break it down to the exact level on these other percentages. And the 85th percentile is good to use to see if there's a more general speeding issue, i.e. an increased number of vehicles all speeding. Added to other options like speed bumps, which are about 15,000 to install per set, and no revenue costs, and more action from police with visible speed camera vans, we will have more tools to combat the problem if we can get the money for some speed cameras. Funding for this issue, as I say, is an issue which we need to sort out. Getting the revenue changes may take ages to happen as well. The income from the
Councillor Ellis, your time's up. If you wouldn't mind wrapping up.
So I would hope that in the meantime we continue with taking action on traffic calming.
Can you stop?
Etc.
I'll give you time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the second time I've told you about respect. Yeah, come on. No, I don't want you clapping either when somebody ends their speech. It's not for you to do that. All right, thank you. Second time. Leader of the Conservatives, please. You have a word. So, next we've got Councillor John Fox.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would love to see the 6 streets in Warrington alone where I'd love to see average speed cameras. The problem is an average speed camera system costs between 85,000 to 150,000 to purchase and install for a basic setup, while the annual running costs average approximately 5,000 to 11,500 per year per pair of cameras. I'm all for this in a way, but it concerns me that as a councillor we couldn't afford to do this. Put 6 of those in Warrington would be unbelievably expensive. And my concern is who's going to pay for it. And I think the leader's got the right idea. It has to come from CPCA or the government, because we as a local authority cannot afford to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I've got an issue with this, and I'll explain why. The title is antisocial driving, yet we're talking about the roads. The drivers are the problem here, not the roads. And I think we need to spend more time looking at the drivers rather than the roads, because you can put up all the cameras in the world, you can put up all the speed humps in it, but if you're going to go out and be antisocial and drive in that manner, it still will not solve the problem. It will probably reduce the problem, but we need to look at who commits this. We need to look at probably enforcement, probably more than anything else. But for me, the problem is a lot of these drivers, and I know of the cases that are referred to, all young drivers. So, you know, if your son, daughter, whoever turns up with a real fast car, it's your job as a parent, whenever you are in that situation, to be able to impart that. Same with driving instructors. You know, they also have a duty to make sure that when they are passing people, they are making sure that these people are ready for the road. So for me, I think the bigger problem is the actual drivers themselves than the road. So that's, you know, what I was thinking that maybe we could have looked at. When I looked at the title, I thought maybe we're going to look at driving and see how we can do enforcement. But the other side of the coin is that it's only as good as the enforcement that the police give. And unfortunately, it's not that good at the moment for me as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamil. Councillor Ty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have great sympathy with large sections of this motion to full Cabinet. However, I would like help with a point of information, really, and that is clarification that we are soon to be asked to vote on the entire motion as written and not specific sections within it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think... I don't really need to ask. There's no amendments. It's the entire motion. Okay? Is that clear? Fine. Good. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the words of Councillor Jamil took the words right out of my mouth. The fact is, it's a driver issue rather than a road issue. And I can assure you, in my ward, I get more requests to take away speed bumps than I do to put them in, because they're a bloody nuisance if they're near to where you live. So I don't think that's the solution. I don't think speed cameras really are sensible in urban environments. For instance, Councillor Hussein's motion was born on the back of several accidents in the Dogsthorpe estate. Speed cameras on those roads would be totally inappropriate. So I think what we have to do is talk about the young drivers that are driving fast cars, fast, powerful cars, badly. And I think a lot of it should be related to the use of intoxication of one type or another. Now then, we deal quite well with the intoxication of alcohol. That's not relevant in these situations. The intoxication is probably drugs related, and they're getting high and driving their powerful cars too fast. So I'm inclined to support the motion, but I would like to see number 3 stripped out of it because I think it's totally inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, how do I follow that? I was just going to say very quickly that, a lot of what the motion contains is reliant on governance that's probably outside of our remit, but hopefully a collective push from all of us, as per the theme of the motion, would help us get the governance we need. I'm really supportive of point 1 because I think as councillors we've all had this where we ask for speed assessments on roads and we all have that very unscientific logic of, this is a quick road, they're going too quick. But then you get the assessment done and it doesn't necessarily back up your sort of spider's senses to say it's a quick road. So I think it'd be good to have some, the 5, 10, 15 mile an hour bans would be quite good. And a debate for another day, are they antisocial drivers or are they antisocial roads? We watch this space, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bolton.
Well, I know we can't actually do this, Mr. Mayor, but for a long time they've had black boxes in cars, and I just think that anyone under 25 should have a black box in them, so that they are regulated, and it also affects their insurance, but it's also easy for the police to penalise them if they are driving with undue care and attention. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to disagree with much that has been said because it's, again, another complex one, but interesting. And I will support the motion because the motion, and I'm sure as the leader has requested, both members they will have authority from me to put their name to any letter to the mayor and the CPCA. I don't think that's a problem. It would also be good if other group leaders. But if this motion passes, that in itself says it's a council-supported decision based on this motion. I don't see the need to take anything out. Insofar as the cost is concerned, my only thought on that, we can't do anything unless it's self-serving. It's got to pay for itself. I don't know if anybody or many members saw in the Peterborough Telegraph the list of speeding fines across the city was a substantial number in the many thousands. So that in itself is an income generator, and the point in this paper is that income comes to the council in order to improve. Let's be clear about this. It's about improving road safety, which is what the Road Safety Partnership would tell you, not about penalising people. There is another element that's not really come up. I think John just touched on it a little bit. This is actually a police issue. It's not a council issue. If the police did their job and enforced the law in terms of the Road Safety Act and everything else, well, then we'd have less speeding. But again, it's not going to happen because the police don't have any money. It's as simple as that. So it's not like it was years ago. But if we want to give it a go and get some funding in, whether that's through government grants or CPCA, fine, put a business case together for the proposal, and if it pays for itself through fines, it's the same with parking tickets. Somebody asked me, have we got enough enforcement in the city? Well, if we give enough fines out, it should pay their salaries. It's as simple as that. It's the same with speeding and other. It's not all about speeding because there are other antisocial aspects to antisocial behaviour on the roads. So police do their job. We can assist under the road safety banner for Cambridgeshire. That's what it would come under. But it has to pay for itself through income generation of any fines. And I don't know that because there's no business case. But as a principle, we should support it. Put it to the combined authority and government support, Shavina. There's no reason why we shouldn't ask for it and then see if it's forthcoming, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm sorry, but I think this has missed the target. I have to say that cameras are not the answer, or at least the kind of cameras that this is talking about. Because there's a huge investment needed to put in. There's rules and regulations as to where they can go and what exists, what has to exist in order for them to be in place. I remember when they first came out, it was a bit of the Wild West. They were kind of hidden around corners and they were camouflaged, etc., and there was a big public backlash against that. And now we've got these bright yellow boxes, and they have to be in a particular place with the number of accidents, etc., in order for them to be able to be placed. And even when that has gone away, they then have to be removed. So I think that it's not the place of the council to be doing this. I think we need to be looking at the constabulary to, I think that the fines, the bit about the fines, the money just going into the Treasury and being swallowed up is absolutely spot on. I think the money needs to go into road safety. But for my mind, what they should be doing is increasing the number of camera vans that they can't be everywhere, but they can be anywhere. And where it exists that there are problems, they can do surveys, work out that if there is a problem there, that they know then to put a van in that particular road at that particular time of day, what have you, in order to catch the culprits. What we actually need to do is we need to change the whole way we think about speeding. Now, 50 years ago, people would drink driving, and it was just normal. You'd have a few drinks in the pub, and you'd make your way home, and it was kind of the done thing. We've now got a situation where drink drivers are being rooted out. People are phoning the police to say, such and such has been drink driving, we want him caught, or her caught. And I think that's what we need to change. We need to change the fact that speeding kills people, and we need to stop the speeding on our roads. And that's a societal shift that we need to enact. I'm not sure how we can do that But what I do think is when it comes to the enforcement of this issue, the money should be spent on camera vans operated by the constabulary, not by the council. It shouldn't be seen as a money, a way of generating money into the council. That's what this motion looks like to anybody from outside of the council. It looks like we're looking of ways to bring money into the council, which is not what we're trying to do.
Councillor,
what we're trying to do,
please.
Sorry. For that reason, I can't support this. I think we need to have a rethink. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Antonis.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry.
Yes, I've called you in. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, sorry. In my ward in Hampton, we experienced speeding as a 20-mile-an-hour zone. This morning, and again to pick up on what's mentioned earlier, it's enforcement. The police cannot respond quickly enough. These are motorbikes, for instance, driving along footpaths with balaclavaed individuals. E-bikes also speeding. This is not just a car issue. I think this needs to be constabulary based. The speed cameras may be funded via 106, section 106 in new developments potentially, but that's only in the new developments. The capital cost in Hampton, one of the areas with no CCTV at all in Peterborough. I think it's the only wards in Peterborough not to have CCTV. I would support this, but again, the budget needs to come from somewhere. 106 might be the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antunes. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a very important motion. I myself have been contacted by residents of Dogsthorpe about this issue, people that I know personally. I don't know if I'm able to suggest this, but I'd like to see the motion pass. And would it be possible to hold individual votes on the 3 points, the 3-point resolution in this motion?
As far as I know, that's not possible. It is the motion. So I'll just check, obviously, with the monitoring officer.
So yeah, the mayor's correct. It's all or nothing. Effectively, the motion is the motion. It's all as one. There isn't a kind of you can't part select. If you did want to make changes, there's obviously the provisions for amendments to motions, which you have to do in the lead up to full council. So that's, I'm afraid, not an option tonight. But I think what I think possibly worth saying is that there's obviously there's some support for elements of this motion, and I think it'd probably be if this were to be resubmitted within a 6-month period, which is usually disallowed, I'd probably take a fairly sympathetic view of that, bearing in mind there's been some support for elements of that aspect. So that's just just food for thought for everyone in the chamber. No, you can still. I think.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Now I'm keeping the debate. I'm not going to vote yet. So Councillor Akhtar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what Councillor Ishfaq has put forward as a motion, it's a good motion. I think it needs to be addressed in a serious way. It's not just all about money. I was also a victim of this speeding where somebody just drove off the bend right into my house, damaging all my cars on Dogsthorpe Road, where previously there were signages there, and they were taken off. Now, this is not what the police are going to put on. This is a local authority's job, I believe. So we have to work along with the police. There's got to be investment from the council and also enforcement from the police collectively to curb this. It cannot be just left to the police and we cannot invest. Okay, I believe we cannot afford to have cameras everywhere. We can't spend millions of pounds. But there's surely small investments that we can do to at least slow down this traffic and at least reduce the amount of accidents that do happen and fatalities that happen. So that's the kind of investment, at least the council, we look forward to the council, what Councillor Ishfaq is putting, to invest, to at least slow down this, reduce fatalities, and also the police then to collaborate with us and residents and see if there's more investment to the police where they can focus more on it. And I believe if we do that collectively together, because it's not a one-way system that it's the police's job. No, it's not. It's not. We've got to also invest as a local authority in reducing this. And I believe that if we do it together, I think we can do it. And I think I support the motion. I think this needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. Councillor Andrew Bond.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. So, for many years, I've had residents reporting speeding issues on Gunthorpe Road, Fulbridge Road and Hallfields Lane. So I'll be voting on this purely as a ward councillor because I do genuinely believe that, you know, it will give us more ability and more power to take action. I mean, it needs to be where it's appropriate. I mean, speed cameras aren't appropriate everywhere. I also really sympathise with the fact about the speed surveys. Along these roads, I know that speeding is an issue. Local residents know that speeding is an issue. However, when these surveys are carried out, you do not get the full picture of what the actual issue is. So clearly something's going wrong there when everyone is saying there's speeding issues down this road. However, the data shows there's not. Clearly something's missing there. So yes, as ward councillor, I'll be supporting this because in good conscience, I couldn't not, because I know how much of a big deal this is specifically in my ward. So thank you.
Anyone else, or can we move to the next stage? No, we'll move to the next stage then. Right. Councillor Ahmed Manir, would you like to exercise your right to speak as a seconder of the motion?
Yes, I would, sir. Thank you. Oh, sorry, you.
Yeah, carry on.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'm pleased to second this motion. The first duty of any council is to do all it reasonably can to keep its residents safe. When speeding and anti-social driving continue to blight our neighbourhoods, we have a responsibility to ensure that our response is based on evidence, common sense and value for money. The examples already set out in this motion are deeply concerning and clearly shows this is a city-wide issue, not just a ward-related issue. I believe that the law-abiding majority should not have to suffer because of the reckless actions of a minority. The overwhelming majority of motorists drive responsibly and within the law. It is those who choose to ignore speed limits and treat our residential streets like racetracks and who put lives at risk. That is why this motion is so important. It does not dismiss the importance of the 85th percentile speed, which remains an established engineering measure. Instead, it asks for more transparency by showing how many drivers are breaking the speed limit and by how much. Better information leads to better decisions, ensuring that any intervention is proportionate, targeted and supported by clear evidence. The motion also makes a strong case for localism. If devolution is to mean anything, local authorities should have the opportunity to play a greater role in tackling persistent speeding where there is clear evidence that is needed. Importantly, this is not about raising revenues like one of the members said earlier. Enforcement must never become a cash cow. Any money generated should be ring-fenced and invested back into improving the road safety in our communities, benefiting residents rather than disappearing into the treasury. This is a balanced and measured motion. It supports responsible motorists, targets dangerous offenders, makes better use of evidence and seeks sensible powers for local communities to address local problems. For those reasons, I am proud to second the motion and I urge members from across the chamber to also support it. I just want to make a quick note to Dr. Councillor and the leader, Q, that I'm happy to work alongside yourself and sign and work to the CPCA to ensure that this motion goes through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hussain, would you like to sum up on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do my best to address as many of the points that were raised. Thank you to everyone who engaged and made those points. Firstly, thank you to the leader, and yes, I'd be more than happy to co-sign any letter to the combined authority. She did mention a previous motion I did on ULEZ, but that was about charging all drivers for the use of roads. This motion is about penalising those bad drivers who drive recklessly and in an antisocial way on our roads. Most of I see the first 2 points are kind of accepted or seem to be accepted by most members, and the one that they seems to be raising some concerns is point 3 about the type-approved cameras and the cost. The reason I put that point into, just to clarify, was that if we're talking about penalising drivers or issuing fines, then we've got to make sure that the equipment used is compliant with government standards, so that there's no issues going forward. Hence why that point was put in. We can't just put any willy-nilly cameras which we then cannot use for enforcement. So that's one of the reasons why point 3 was put in. In regards to the cost, that's why I mentioned about seeking funding from the combined authority and also from the government. And going forward, it's not talking about putting cameras everywhere. We're talking about putting cameras in known hotspots, which wouldn't cost as much. The money obviously would be ring-fenced, which is what the motion talks about, so that the money could then be used to then generate, increased road safety measures. So I hope that covers most of the stuff. In regards to young drivers, yes, there is, a lot of this is caused by young or bad drivers. The DVLA and the government, obviously, we've seen in recent years, have made it difficult for young drivers. That a lot of drivers, it's hard for them to get insured unless they have a black box for at least 2 years. If they get points within the first 6 months, I think it's first 6 months or first year, if they get 6 points, they get a ban and they have to retake their test. I've seen that happen with young drivers as well, but it doesn't stop them from driving badly. So this isn't to penalise all drivers as speed bumps do. This is to try and penalise those drivers that abuse or drive recklessly on our roads rather than everyone. So I'm hoping that members can support this motion for those reasons. It's an ongoing issue. We've all seen and asked for speed surveys. We know there's issues on roads. We can stand on any road, Newark Avenue, for example. One of our councillors was herself nearly knocked over there not long ago. Within 10 minutes, I can guarantee you will see a vehicle speeding. Yeah, I've had a speed survey returned to me that says there's no issue on that road because it doesn't meet the parameters.
Councillor
So please
Hussain,
do. Sorry, thank you.
Sum
Yes.
up for me, please?
Please do support this motion.
Pretty well done, well done. Okay, well, I sense that it's not unagreed, so we're going to go to the vote. Is that correct? Not agreeing, are we? Are we agreeing? Well, hang on a minute. No? No, so we go to the vote. So, okay. I'll now hand over to Kenny to manage the vote for us, please.
Councillors, we're now voting on the recommendation in relation to Councillor Hussain's first motion. So we're going to use the voting system. Please do not turn the microphone on when voting. To vote in favour, you will need to press the green plus button. To vote against, you need to press the red minus button. And to abstain, you need to press the yellow 0 button. Yeah. Okay. The vote is now live. If your microphone base is not flashing blue, please raise your hand. Right. Mm-hmm. 2 to vote. Who is not voted?
Are we good? Yeah, results.
Okay, good.
34 for.
I can see that.
Yeah, you see.
The vote is now closed. The result of the vote is 34 for, 13. 1 second. The red one. Yeah. 13 against and 1 abstention. Therefore, the motion is agreed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for that. Right, we're going to move to the third motion. This motion relates to nitrous oxide misuse. Councillor Ishfaq Hussain, would you like to move your motion as set out on the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you.
Excuse me, so guys, can we... Yeah, let everybody... I can't hear you, so I don't know how anybody else can. So please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The issue associated... sorry, wrong one. Council notes that members have observed an increased number of discarded nitrous oxide canisters during community litter picks and public spaces across Peterborough. Nitrous oxide has long been used legitimately in healthcare, dentistry, veterinary medicine and catering industry. However, in recent years, it has increasingly been misused as a recreational drug. Since November 23, the possession of nitrous oxide for wrongful inhalation has generally been prohibited under the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971. Following its classification as a Class C controlled drug, the exemptions from legitimate industrial, medical and commercial uses. Council further notes that nitrous oxide misuse poses significant risk to individuals and the wider community. In addition, the serious neurological injury and in some cases death its misuse can contribute to antisocial behaviour, environmental littering and dangerous driving, because the intoxicating effects are often short-lived and difficult to detect without specialist forensic testing. Enforcement presents significant challenges. Council believes that prevention through education alongside effective enforcement and reasonable retailing is essential in reducing the harm and protecting our communities. Council therefore resolves requests the Cabinet Members for Public Health, Homelessness and Poverty and the Cabinet Members for Community and Public Safety Works with Cambridgeshire Constabulary, the Council's licensing team, Community Safety Partnership, public health colleagues, schools, youth organisations, faith groups and community organisations to deliver an awareness campaign highlighting the health risks associated with nitrous oxide misuse, the legal consequences of possession and supply, the danger of drug driving and the environmental impact of discarding canisters. We request that officers engage with local retailers who legitimately sell nitrous oxide to encourage reasonable retail practices, responsible retail practices, including staff awareness, age verification, where appropriate, refusing suspicious sales, and maintaining records of commercial purchases where lawful. We request that the Council's licensing team, trading standards and community safety teams continue to work with the police to use all existing enforcement powers available to tackle the unlawful supply of nitrous oxide, to share intelligence relating to the suspected criminal activity. We ask that the Leader of the Council to write to the Home Office and the Department of Health and Social Care requesting that they consider introducing a national registration or licensing scheme for retailers selling nitrous oxide for legitimate purposes, explore the feasibility of introducing traceability measures such as retailer identification on canisters or equivalent systems, review the powers available to the local authority and enforcement agencies to tackle persistent unlawful sales, and provide additional funding for education, enforcement and forensic testing where appropriate. We request that officers report back to the appropriate scrutiny committee within 12 months on the progress of partnership working and any further measures that could be taken locally to reduce misuse of nitrous oxide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Javed Akhtar, will you second the motion and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll reserve my right to speak later, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Debates, please. Who will start that? Is there debate? Oh, or are you going to agree? Yeah. No. No. So we're going to go for agreed? Agreed. Everybody? No dissent? Right, okay, then the motion's agreed. Okay, thank you. Moving on, the fourth motion then. Motion 4 relates to Queensgate Roundabout. Councillor Ed Murphy, would you like to move your motion as set out in the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'm aware I've had an email about an amendment that's been, I don't think it's been tabled, but it's been suggested. I've seen it, the second has seen it, my group leader's seen it, but I don't think members of the council have. I'm happy for the gist of that to be put forward to the council now, and if council want to accept that amendment, then I'll take it on board.
Yes, I'm going to pass this over to our monitoring officer to cover, because we're sort of aware of it, but I need to know the legal side of it.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. So just for the benefit of members, Councillor Murphy has submitted a motion, as you'll see in the order paper, which deals with kind of traffic implications, pedestrian access, etc. This evening I had an email from Councillor Knight looking to make an alteration, a last-minute alteration to that amendment. Now, there is provision, that alteration kind of deals with the archaeological findings that have been referenced about 6 or 7 times in the chamber today. And obviously, in one sense, is related because it's related to the same wider works project. But it is... whilst the original motion deals with traffic, this obviously second proposed amendment deals with archaeological finds. I would suggest perhaps that's quite a pivot. Now, I've not been able to speak to the Mayor about this because it's quite late, so we are thinking out loud here. So whilst there is provision within the Constitution that allows for alterations to motions last minute during the meeting, that really is designed to cover off typographical errors, kind of change in factual circumstances that might render the original motion unusable or illegible. It's not really designed to add extra elements of debate in. So, and then the key part of it is, would it be allowed as an amendment? So if one of the opposition parties that have looked to amend this in the same way, if that had come before me, I would have rejected it, because actually it doesn't feed into the original motion, it just adds on an extra subject. So, and I also would be concerned that potentially with what the proposed alteration suggests is a halt in works, which may well have significant financial impact. So again, that would probably be another reason for me to reject it at this stage. I have no issue with the Mayor taking a view on this and putting this to the Chamber as to whether it's accepted or not. But my advice, speaking openly, thinking out loud off the top of our heads, would be that I would, if this had come before me, I would have rejected it.
Okay, going on that, because that's that. Oh, sorry, point of order, yes.
I just wanted to mention that I know not everyone's seen this alteration, but I was just wondering whether, given the circumstances of what is being mentioned about the archaeological finds, wouldn't that be something that would be done legally anyway? Wouldn't it be something that would it would have to halt because of that, and there would be legal decisions about that anyway, and so we wouldn't need to be doing that. I just wondered.
Yeah, well,
can I just come in? I'm not going to go into a debate on whether that's right or not. Obviously, that's a good question for the legal officer. So you do that, but I'm not going to go. Somebody else say yes, it is, and no, it isn't. So
that may well be right, but it's not relevant to the motion and whether we alter the motion, and that's the kind of question that we're talking about. And I'm also conscious of the fact that everyone's probably really interested in what's happened with the archaeological finds, but unfortunately that's not relevant to the motion either, and constitutionally we can't just put things in because actually they're quite meaty. So my advice would be that it doesn't qualify as a last minute alteration. That's not to say it can't be brought to the next meeting separately submitted. It does seem to me to be a new subject introduced.
I'm of the opinion of agreeing with that. I think it's an important one, but I don't think it should be tagged on to the original motion. Obviously, I'm happy to be, as I always am, a Democrat in this. So if a show of hands is what it takes, do we take it or do we reject it? I'm happy to do that. So do you want to go for a show of hands or are you going to take mine? Yes, point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Mr Mayor, if you're going to ask people on a show of hands, I think we ought to let them have the gist. The gist of it is very minor. It mentions the skeletons. The halt question is not a biggie because you've got to do the archaeological work anyway, and it mentions something about Thorpe Road. So it really doesn't negate the motion. And as far as additionality, it actually just notes it. It's not that wordy. The amendment, the original motion is not that wordy. I'm not going to be reading out reams like other people are, but I think it was only given 5 minutes for the council to become aware of what Councillor Knight has proposed, so that you, Mayor, can lead a discussion on that, whether you want me to accept the amendment or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Point of order, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point of order. The subject matter of the motion is on one subject, which people have obviously read, people have looked into, done a lot of work on. To introduce another matter, another subject, okay, it's City Link. However, it's not, we've just been told about it at this meeting, which gives no opportunity for us properly to give you a valuable contribution to the debate, and also be able to form a valuable and concise decision on the motion. Whereas we're able to do that on the substantive motion as it is. So I would please urge you to support the legal advice you've received, and if that motion if there wants to be a separate motion or a question to council around the skeletons at a later, when we'll perhaps have a bit more information as well, fair dues. But just to tack it on to this would be fair.
Okay, this isn't, like you said, I'm not going round asking everybody individually whether they think it's right or wrong. So what's your point of order, Councillor Reeve?
Just simply, Mr Mayor, Councillor O'Neill's point earlier didn't even change the wording of the motion, and that was instantly rejected because of these exact rules. The council needs to be reasonably consistent. I may well agree with the point being made, but I've not read it, I've not seen it. My point is about consistency of our decision making.
And can I bring this to a close, because I think it's going to go round and round. I absolutely agree. I think if I could propose something, it should come to the next members' briefing, which you're all invited to, as you know, and we get an update then. Is that okay on what's going on with the skeletons that have been found in an old graveyard? Is that okay? So in that case, I'm going to reject the amendment and go with the original motion. Yes. Put your motion.
Members, I'd like to propose the motion that's before you. I think the ghosts are going to haunt you on not taking some of the words forward to have a look at that amendment. And the other member, we could have broken that one down if someone had moved an amendment to do it. So
can you move your motion?
Interpretation. Please? So my motion, it's not the original one that I brought forward, which was bounced, and I was told I had to give 4 weeks' notice. It's now a practical one, and I have had some real concerns about the concrete and issues like that. But this motion this evening is about some of the practical things about what we can do now. There's been agreement and some undertaking by people that they would try and fix the perceived or the real problems there are with pedestrians getting around the roundabout at the moment, particularly those travelling along North Thorpe Road, trying to get into what they thought was the station entrance and then having to go. If anybody's walked it, they'll understand. If they haven't walked it, they probably will not understand. So all this motion is doing now is focusing on the last paragraph. We want to evaluate the ongoing works in real time and provide improved pedestrian access. A couple of new things have gone up, and on the road there's been a few arrows, but I think more work needs to be done, particularly from North Thorpe Road into the railway station as soon as possible, to mitigate the need for people who have to cross 3 lanes on Thorpe Road to go to the other side on the bridge, and then cross 4 lanes on Borges Boulevard to go to where the post office used to be, or into Queensgate. And there have been some people with disabilities in particular that have been discriminated and disadvantaged because of the temporary measures we've got in. With the skeletons, those temporary measures may be even longer than we thought they were going to be. So I would ask that you take that on board and see if we can mitigate the disruption that's being caused, particularly to pedestrians. Cyclists, if they can get past the traffic, they can use a roundabout. It's the pedestrians, and I do fear that pedestrians are ignoring the suggested routes or don't understand them, and that could lead to some accidents and casualties. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farid, will you second the motion? I need to speak now or reserve your right to speak later.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to second the motion and I'll reserve my right.
Okay, we go to debate. Is there any debate? Yes, there is debate, I'm afraid. Please don't shout, agreed. Councillor Caham and then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I appreciate the intent behind the motion. Why do you have to bring a motion just to make a story newsworthy? You have said yourself that arrows and directions and signage has been put in to try and mitigate the effects of where pedestrians are facing hindrances. We have already said during these works that there will be active monitoring that takes place to try and put in mitigations where people feel that these works are impacting on them. You live around the corner from those works. What I'm really surprised about is actually the factual inaccuracies in your motion, whereby you have mentioned that works or traffic is being diverted down Andal Road. None of the roads have been closed. There is no diversion on Andal Road, and actually it is free-flowing traffic with lane closure. Let's first of all look at the factual inaccuracies in this motion as well. And the second thing I just want to say is that I feel that had you had such concerns about the less able-bodied and the pedestrians during the time when we had those subways, you would have been able to advocate for that population when it was them that were hindered into gaining good access into our city centres and coming and enjoying the retail offer that we have. So I do want to say to you, I'm not going to be voting in favour of this motion at all. I think whilst the intent might be okay, but you didn't need to bring it to full council to make it newsworthy, because it doesn't have any legs. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. God forbid that any councillor puts anything to the newspaper. I wonder why. Maybe it's publicity, and Ed's very good at it. But can I just be serious for a moment? Notwithstanding Ed's motion, which I will support, I will refer to a resident that wrote to me and the Mayor long before this motion or I even knew about it. Can anything be done to improve pedestrian access around Crescent Bridge while work is taking place? Who do I speak to? Pedestrian access around the railway station, Range Road and Queensgate is restricted, and the current temporary pedestrian route design is poor. Happy to meet on site and go through my fag packet designs who signed this off. So it's not Councillor Murphy that's saying this, it's ordinary people, residents as well. So whilst you must say that, Shabina, there's obviously a room for improvement here, and somebody needs to look at how those works are impacting. And we all accept that work has to go on, but maybe somebody could have a look at actually the practicalities of what's going on around that roundabout, because it's residents that are saying this, not councillors, and we must take notice of those people, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly agree with the Leader of the Council's position on this. If you want to get things done, you ask the questions of the officers, you make suggestions, and often they'll implement it without the fuss of the media. But there is a transparency here, and I appreciate what Councillor Murphy's done. I agree with the motion entirely. My only concern is the cost difference between what's happening now and what is being proposed. The specific wording of, what was it, live tracking? Real-time evaluation. I just want to know if there's a cost implication to that before I start supporting motions, even if I agree them in principle.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel this is a non-motion. I'm sorry, Ed, but ultimately this is a meeting with the head of highways, probably the cabinet member, around the table, get the map out, explain what your concerns are. I've done this in the past in my ward when there's been some the double roundabouts in Stanground, where we got changes made on the fly. We didn't have to wait until, this has had to wait for a meeting in order for us to debate this. Actually, this could have been done the moment you were told. It's like Councillor Fitzgerald said, somebody rings up, says to him, can we get this sorted? Was his first thought, I'll better write a motion about that? Or did he think, well, actually, maybe we need to get contact with highways and get this sorted now, not wait for the next meeting, so that I can put something in the newspaper? So I have to agree with it. So there's no collusion here. I absolutely agree with the leader on this. As far as I'm concerned, it's not a motion that should have been brought. It should have just been a meeting with highways. And that meeting can still happen. Let's be very frank about that.
Okay, I've got a point of order. Yes, Councillor, hold on a second. I'm just going to ask the legal officer for something.
Could I just remind all councillors that a point of order is used to allege a breach of the council standing orders, as opposed to just wanting to speak again. So as long as this is a point of order, Councillor Murphy, and I need to pick up every councillor really in this chamber for doing that. If it's a point of order, happy to hear it.
Thank you for your clarification. What I'm trying to make is a point of personal clarification. Is that okay? Yeah. So I submitted a question to the council on the 5th of June about the displacement of traffic. I submitted a motion to the Secretariat about this very, very issue and was told, because it was calling for a halt and a review prior to the work starting, scheduled for the 5th of July, it had to be in 2 weeks earlier than a normal motion. I've been trying to raise this since the 5th of June. I asked for a meeting with the Cabinet Member for Transport. He agreed to meet with me, but not until after the work had started. Councillor Hogg, I really tried to get it in the ball, get it sorted out beforehand, and I think we can still mitigate the problems.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I think one of the concerns I see with all this is that the station quarter is such a massive project for the city. It's probably one of the biggest projects we've done in a lifetime. That if we're not careful, we're going to keep motioning, questioning, and it's going to last years and years, because this is, this project is going to take years and years to finish. So there's a degree of, when we bring things to this room as motions, is it the right way of doing it? Because there's going to be lots of other stuff that we're going to talk about in the station quarter in the years ahead. And I think we just have to be really, really mindful of that, to be fair. So I think, on that basis, I think there's a lesson to us all, especially a lesson to the Cabinet, I think. I think, when we're talking station quarter, I think more stuff has to come through the council so members can have their voice on it. We've seen it with the youth zone as well. This stuff is happening around us. And I think there's a lesson to be learned in bringing more stuff through council so we can debate it, scrutinise it, question it, exactly like Councillor Murphy's doing, in fairness. But to me, I hope it's not a necessary route, because if it is, it's going to be a very long few years ahead for the council. And I think, with LGR and other things going on, we need to keep our eyes on the other prizes going on too. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The motion submitted by Councillor Murphy is out of date and is overtly subjective, representing his own anti-City Link and Peterborough Station Quarter views. It's about the same, probably the same wording as the one he wanted to bring to the last council, but because of the financial implications, he missed the date. And that was despite him agreeing in writing by email to a meeting if he did not submit a motion asking for the halting, asking for the City Link not to proceed. And I thought I had agreement. However, I continued with the meeting, which Councillor Murphy was at. Now, he talks about a report which was submitted in June. That is not an official report we have commissioned as a council or via an external consultant specialising in this work. Its findings are, I feel, are completely flawed. Traffic has not been diverted down Ounder Road, which has been mentioned earlier, or any other streets in Peterborough. The only traffic management is around Queensgate roundabout. The only issue around Ounder Road and some roads off it, as I understand it, which I think Councillor Hogg referred to earlier, is problem car parking and vehicle waiting issues, which officers went and joined yourself and other councillors, I believe. Fair? There has not been any exacerbation, I can't say it, can I? Exacerbation of traffic, and the vehicle flow around the roundabout lane closures has been working well, with just a small delay at peak periods. There will be no detrimental environment impact. A carbon management plan was done, which mitigates this, and Councillor Murphy has been given a copy of that. The ongoing works are already monitored weekly in real time with regular reviews and changes if needed. The temporary pedestrian and cyclist diversions have been in place since the start of the works. Pedestrian, cyclist and vehicle safety is a priority, as well as the construction workers on the site. We will not put at risk for the sake of a few metres or minutes of the distance or time for all commuters. we will not put safety at risk. And I thank all commuters for bearing with us with any inconveniences caused for what will be a brilliant and safe walk and cycle route from a new train station to the city centre. So, summing up, I am disappointed after working so collaboratively with Councillor Murphy that this motion has been brought again, and I ask everybody to oppose this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, didn't I say it? Councillor Jamil, sorry.
Yeah, so, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those who've actually seen the site, the work's actually being done in stages. Therefore, it's imperative that some of the areas are blocked off and not being able to use. So our officers have gone out of their way to make life as simple and as easy as possible for pedestrians. I too have had residents who live over the bridge raise the same things. Every part of that bridge will at some stage be changed as the work progresses. At this stage, the work that's being done is on, I'll call it the left side of the bridge, when you come over the bridge from the west-hand side. So therefore, when that is done, the other side of the bridge will actually have work done to it. You don't, make eggs without breaking the eggshells. This is just one of those ones that, like with people who said, oh my God, there's going to be so much traffic. Actually, it's actually lasted a few minutes to everyone's journey rather than what everyone thought City was going to come to a standstill. It's just difficult at this stage because one side of the bridge is actually being used, whereas the other side is actually being worked on. When that is done, I'm sure that they'll revert back to the thing. So therefore, for anyone, we've been told today that, this motion, when you support it, you support it in full. It's factually incorrect. So if you do support it, you're supporting a factually incorrect motion. Therefore, I would request a bit of patience, and I would say please do not support this motion because it won't actually go anywhere and it's actually incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jim. I don't see any other hands. No, so I'm going to move forward. Councillor Farid. Farid, would you like to exercise your right to speak as seconder of the motion?
I'm happy to go to the vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Murphy, would you like to sum up then on your motion?
Yeah, just to sum up, the facts do speak for themselves. Again, there was correspondence today about when North Thorpe Road is going to be reopened. They're not going to switch to other sides. It's going to be closed for a long time. We actually need to, in real time, means if you stumble across it today, you evaluate and you make a change if it's needed, rather than writing a report after it to evaluate how it's gone. So real time means if something's wrong, fix it now, admit a mistake. What I would like council to do is to be quite liberal tonight with this. I can go about the facts and show you that what before you is true. It's about the pedestrian problems at the moment, and we need to reform the work programme so we can restore that Thorpe Road link as quickly as we can, yeah? Conservatively, it's not going to cost us a lot of money at all to do that. It's about project management, and we've just heard that the project's probably been put on a little bit of a hold anyway, so let's review it. This motion isn't me driving in about the carbon footprint, which there was no actual report total ever published, even though I was led to believe for 2 months that there was. So I'd like you to note the conservative nature of the costs, be very liberal in the way that you push this forward. I'm not going to labour the point, but we do need to reform this and restore a safe route for pedestrians, particularly disabled. Thank you.
Okay, clearly this isn't agreed, so I'm going to go to Kenny then for the vote, please.
Councillors, we're now voting on the recommendation in relation to Councillor Murphy's motion. Please do not turn the microphone on when voting. To vote in favour, you will need to press the green plus button. To vote against, you need to press the red minus button, and to abstain, you need to press the yellow 0 button. The vote is now live. If your microphone base is not flashing blue, please can you raise your hand?
Still two. One left.
Okay.
All good. Results are in.
How many of them have voted yet?
24-4.
All right. The result of the vote is 24 for, 23 against, and 1 abstention. I hereby declare, therefore, the recommendation is agreed, Mayor.
The motion's agreed, if you
The
didn't hear
motion
that.
is agreed.
Okay, thank you. Right, everybody. Extension of the meeting. It's now 9:45, or just partially after, and in accordance with Council standing orders, this meeting will end at 10 p.m. Does anyone want to move a motion to suspend standing order 14.2 so the meeting can be extended? No, so that's a no then. Thank you very much. I didn't see a proposer. Go on, I have to let you.
I wish to move a motion without notice. Oh, sorry, an amendment without notice, please.
Okay. Go on, then I need to move to the Monitoring Officer.
So I believe Councillor Hogg is about to propose a motion without notice concerning motion number 5, which is proposed by Councillor O'Neill. But before we do that, I think to be consistent with our approach in the last meeting where we allowed people to withdraw a motion and bring it back potentially to the next meeting, I wonder if that's an option that you'd be interested in, Councillor O'Neill, whether we withdraw the motion. That gives you the opportunity to bring it back to the next meeting when there may be more time. But you don't have to take that, and then we will then hear from Councillor Hogg.
Mr. Mayor, am I able to respond to Monitoring Officer?
You are. Just give me a second, if you wouldn't mind. 'Cause I think we've... Okay, yes, Councillor O'Neill, please.
I'd like to go ahead because this motion was submitted for the last meeting but wasn't allowed on the basis that there was a by-election in Fletton and Woodston and the council is unable to make statements on matters affecting a ward that has a by-election. So I would prefer that this motion is debated, if possible.
Okay, thank you. So from what I understand then...
We do the extension, I think.
Do we not get a second for extension?
We do the extension.
Yes.
So
And
then we'll hear from Councillor Hogg.
Right. So as I thought. So Councillor Hogg, are you proposing an extension? Councillor Hogg, are you proposing an extension?
No, I'm proposing
No, he's proposing an amendment.
an amendment.
An amendment.
Without notice.
Right.
No,
Okay.
motion without notice.
Motion without notice.
So is it?
Amendment to the motion.
No, you're not proposing an amendment. You're proposing a motion. But we'll come to that in a minute. I think we need to work out whether the meeting's going to be extended. Or
Is the meeting going to be extended? That's the thing.
prepared.
Is anybody prepared to put their hand up to extend? Yes. Councillor Reeve, you're asking for an extension?
Mr Mayor, yeah, I'd like to propose that the meeting is extended so we can hear the final motions.
Seconder? Right, there we are. We have a seconder. Do we have to go for that?
I'm here all night.
So we need to go for a vote. So can we agree that? Because you're going to make me go to the vote if not. Right, we go to the vote then, whether or not we extend. So Kenny, can you do that for us, please?
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification, because there are many members here that are new and won't understand what's going on, or that we're probably going to ask for a half-hour extension to hear the last motion, the last 2 items on the agenda. Most people who've not done this before won't know that, so maybe somebody could just clarify what's going on for the benefit of everybody else.
Yes, certainly. Okay. Gavin will do that.
Yeah, so that's correct. We're looking to extend the meeting, and I don't think we've had a time limit proposed on that, so it would just be through to the end of business.
I did suggest 30 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
But you
didn't propose it.
No,
it's been proposed.
Maybe he wouldn't know that. That's
So we're going to go till it finishes.
So Councillor Reeves saying as long as it takes.
Right, that's it.
But are you still seconding, Councillor Fitzgerald?
Sorry?
Are you still
seconding? I'm happy to second the extension because nobody even knows what the guillotine is. Many of them don't even know that.
Okay, fine.
Right, okay, so it's been proposed, it's been seconded, it's till the end of the meeting, so everything on there. So are we agreed or are we going to vote? Now I've got dissent, so we have to go to the vote. So simple as that. So Kenny, would you mind running the vote, please? Whether to extend? Come on.
Councillors, we're now voting on whether to extend the guillotine for this meeting. Please do not press to turn on the microphone when voting. To vote in favour, please press the green button. And to vote against, please press the red button. And to abstain, please press the yellow button.
Still two.
There are a number of councillors entitled to vote that have not yet voted, so the vote will remain open for a further 5 seconds. The vote is now closed. Yes. The result is 21 for, 25 against, and 1 abstention. The vote's been defeated.
Sorry, is it a pink
Mr.
card?
Mayor, can I withdraw the motion, please? To bring it back.
Well, no, it's not. It hasn't been heard, as far as I'm concerned, so it can be, can't it?
Yeah, I think that's it. If you want to propose that you withdraw the motion, that will be seconded, and then it's for council to decide whether they're happy for you to withdraw the motion. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, may I propose that the motion is withdrawn so that it could be resubmitted at a future date?
Yes, of course you can. And do you need a seconder as well to make it right? Councillor Reeve, are we okay with that, for that to be withdrawn? Right, okay. I think that's good from a democracy point of view that you're allowed to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
So meeting is ending
At 10, so if we get to 10 and things.
Okay, so we're going on till 10 and then the meeting will end. So we'll go with agenda item 13, report of the returning officer. The report of the returning officer can be found on pages 85 to 88 of the agenda. The recommendation is to note the result of the Fletton and Woodston by-election, result held on the 16th of July 2026. Is this agreed? Thank God for that. Agenda item 14, revised political balance and allocation of committee seats. The report for this item... Sorry? Can you stop? Oh, it just really annoys me, this lack of respect and shouting out. Can you please not do that? Right. Agenda item 14, revised political balance and allocation of committee seats. The report for this item can be found on pages 89 to 94 of the main agenda pack. Councillor Mohammed Jamil, would you like to move the recommendations?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be as quick as possible. Members, following both the Fletton and Woodston by-election and changes to group memberships, the Democratic Services team has recalculated the political balance of the council. This balance determines how committee seats are allocated to each political group on the council in proportion to the number of seats it holds on the council, in accordance with the Local Government and Housing Act 1989 and subsequent regulations. Due to the recent changes to political group memberships on the council, discussions are ongoing between group leaders regarding the allocation of committee seats in line with the new political balance. Following advice from the monitoring officer, I would like to move an amended version of the recommendation from the one that was published in the report, which is that full council is recommended to 1. Note that there are 108 seats on its committees, and 2. Agree the allocation of seats on those committees that are subject to political balance arrangements as set out in the report. 3. Note that a further change to the political makeup of the council has been made since that publication of that report. 4, delegate authority to the monitoring officer to make changes to the above allocation to account for the change mentioned just now at point 3, including the redistribution of seats personnel across the committees with the changes to be reported back to the next full council meeting. In respect to the proposed delegation to the monitoring officer, this delegation will be subject to review by council in October, which they can then make any further changes if required. Thank you.
Councillor Kayam, would you second the motion? Either speak now or reserve your right to speak later.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I reserve my right to speak, but I second the motion. In totality, that is.
Yes. Okay. Any member wish to debate? Councillor Murphy?
Yeah, just to avoidance of doubt and clarity. So we had a report done based upon the Greens winning in Flatton and Woodstone, which changed things. Since then, somebody's left Labour and joined the Tories, yeah? Which is
Conservatives, please.
The Conservative Party of England and bits of Northern Ireland. Do we know how that's going to affect these numbers yet or not? And if we do, will it be implemented quickly or do we have to wait till October? They're nodding, so I think I just didn't hear it.
There are clarifications because you go into decimals and in some committees you have 0.3 of a person. That needs clarifying, which group leaders are currently working on.
Okay. So I've got the monitoring officer who can explain a bit more.
Yeah, and Councillor Murphy, just to say that the reason that the additional recommendation has been put forward for a delegation to me is so we don't have to wait until October, so that we can get the committees back into proper political balance with the agreement of group leaders and the independent members before October, rather than sticking with our pre-election details. Because everyone hasn't agreed yet, Councillor Murphy, that's why.
Right, yes, Councillor O'Neill.
I was just going to say, I look forward to working with Councillor Kaim on the all-party library group. Thank you for the offer.
You're welcome.
Very clever. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't want to extend this debate, but I'm very nervous of delegating to officers and would rather, if it were possible, to delegate to group leaders, just as a matter of principle, or I take the assurances of both the monitoring officer and that full council will review it if we weren't happy.
Yeah,
but
I think
the principle of delegating to officers and not councillors.
No, I think the clarification for that would be that he seeks the leaders' agreement as to what we're going to do. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not just going to allocate people. It will be in consultation, but we need a mechanism to get us there before we get to October. That's all.
Yeah, so just be confirmed in October. So. Any other debate? Councillor Hemraj, sorry.
It's not on the debate, but it's something totally different, if I may.
Well, not really.
Okay,
If we debate, so we can't just throw something else in. Otherwise, every week I'm going to have loads of them, isn't I?
Okay, I just wanted to wish Ali something, that was all.
Sorry? Well, can I just do that in a second? Yeah, okay, fine, fair enough. Let's move on from that. So there's no debate on that one, so we're happy to accept. So, Councillor Cam and Councillor Minnie, you want to say any more? No, are we all agreed on that one? So that's agreed. Okay, fine, fair enough. Well, as I've been requested, I'll allow it. Quickly, Councillor Cam, you want to congratulate something or wish somebody something?
Yeah, can I just wish Ali all the best for his upcoming wedding in 2 weeks' time?
Oh, well done. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, well done. Okay, thank you. If you need any of them in the future, then I'm open to doing them at the start if you want, and I will do congratulations if you want. So, yes, so by all means. Anyway, that now ends today's meeting. Can I just say that it was a very good meeting. There's lots of debate on there, but I'm a little bit annoyed at some of the disrespect. So please, can we have respect? Respect me, I respect you. So let's respect each other, all right? Thanks very much. Have a great night. See you next one.